get an electoral college majority. So then the election would be thrown into the House of Representatives. What they envisioned was 2 steps removed of the president from popular opinion, guaranteeing that this president wouldn't have popular majorities behind them. Finally, the Supreme Court, the arbiters of constitutional law, would be appointed for life and would be as far removed from public influence as possible. Over time, the rhetoric of democracy triumphed, and the language of democracy became instilled in our political creed. The political system followed suit. Elected officials and policymakers are increasingly influenced directly by the public. Political decision-making is increasingly transparent. We know more and more about the inner workings of government than ever before, and political outcomes are subject to ongoing public review. Not just through elections. Public influence is continuous as elected officials engage in permanent campaigns that call for public support and public participation in the policymaking process. Okay. Here's a slide showing public trust in government from 1958 to 2015, and what we see over this period of time is a consistent, well, not a consistent, it moves around quite a bit, but an overtime decline in public trust in government. If we truly love democracy, shouldn't we be happier with our government than any time in political history, in our political history, since it's more democratic than it ever has been? But here's the irony. The more democratic the system has become, the more we see democracy in action, the less we like it, and the less we trust our elected officials. There's a simple but powerful explanation for this. As much as we believe in democracy in the abstract, we don't like it very much in practice. It's messy, it's inefficient, it requires compromise, it requires accommodating with the other side. Very often the solutions that emerge in democratic processes are not the best solutions by anybody's definition. They're the most politically feasible definitions. Okay? This is why perhaps our most democratic institution, and this is disapproval. The top red line is disapproval of the U.S. Constitution. The bottom line is approval. Approval of the U.S. Congress is at 12%. It's been lower, but that's abysmally low. It's our most democratic institution. The institution we like best is the Supreme Court, our least democratic institution. Here's where it gets curious. When we grow frustrated with the messiness of our democratic political system, we inevitably reform the system to make it more democratic. Then we become more frustrated, and then the next round of democratic political reform begins. The 2016 presidential primaries are an excellent case in point. We now face a choice between the most disliked major party nominees in the history of modern political polling. That's remarkable. Nearly 6 in 10, I believe it's actually gone up. The number I have is 59% of voters have an unfavorable opinion of Donald Trump. I think this morning it was 62% in the most recent polls. Hillary Clinton fares only slightly better with 54% with an unfavorable rating. Just to place that in perspective, Hillary Clinton would be the most disliked major party nominee since the advent of modern public opinion polling, if not for Donald Trump. Right? The reaction is to say, look at our awful choices that we have. Look at why don't we have more choices in this political system? That's as lamentable as it is disappointing. If it's an unpalatable choice, it's our choice. It features nominees that we, and by we I mean the collective we, have selected. Okay? You can see here, what we're going to have in this particular campaign election is a lot of people are going to be casting votes against the candidate that they most dislike. There's not going to be this overwhelming hope and promise election. Instead, it's going to be an election marked and defined by negative voting. For those of us who study American political history, claims that the 2016 elections were rigged, or that they were going to be rigged, because certain rules like closed primaries worked to the advantage of one candidate, Hillary Clinton, especially while ignoring other rules like party caucuses that work to the advantage of the other candidate, Bernie Sanders, in the Democratic primary, are fascinating given the long history of political corruption in American politics. If you talk to your grandparents or perhaps even your parents, they can tell you great stories. My father used to drive around in a pickup truck before elections full of half pints of whiskey, which they gave to voters to assure that one, they would vote, and two, they would vote for the right party. Those days of corruption are behind us, mostly, not entirely. And politics today may be the least corrupt in history. More to the point, what was unique about 2016 was the competitiveness of these outsider candidates, Trump and Sanders, as party nominees who, with little affiliation to the parties they were running for prior to the election, cried foul selectively over rules that didn't work in their favor. If the system were truly rigged, Donald Trump could not be the Republican nominee, and Bernie Sanders would have never come close. Historically, our dissatisfaction with party nominees is not unique. The level in this particular election is unique, but by the end of the campaign season, we are often dissatisfied with the choices before us. And most of us at the end of the campaign season are glad to cast the vote and have it done for a while, right? And oftentimes 30 to 40% are dissatisfied with both candidates. Right? So why is this the case? One reason is that while we believe in democracy in the abstract, we don't understand it very well. When it comes to democratic practices and processes, we are often uninformed and misinformed. Just some numbers. Just over a third of Americans can name all three branches of the federal government. All three branches. More people can name the Three Stooges, and y'all still, younger people, watch the Three Stooges? Is it on anywhere? More people can name the Three Stooges than can name the three branches of the federal government. At any given time, less than 4 in 10 Americans know which party controls the U.S. House or the U.S. Senate. That's pretty important when you're going to vote. Approximately half of Americans can name one of their 2 U.S. senators. Roughly a third can name their representative in the U.S. House of Representatives. And 40%, only 40%, know that there are 2 senators from every state. If we don't understand how government is supposed to work, how can we fairly evaluate whether it is performing effectively? Okay? But that's not even the worst of it. Not knowing is only part of the problem. Often we aren't only uninformed, we are also misinformed. Many of the things we believe are simply not true. Take crime as an example. Crime rates right now are, by historical standards, quite low. Fear of crime is increasing. Why? Because crime on primetime television is increasing. Take the economy. By almost any objective standard, the economy is doing better in 2009 than it was, better now than in 2009. Our beliefs about the economy are almost, not entirely, but strongly influenced by our partisanship. If Republicans were presiding over the economy today, they would say the economy was doing quite well. Democrats would then say, sorry, too many people are dropping out of the workforce, too many people are underemployed, and wages and incomes have stagnated. Our views of these objective conditions are often driven strongly by our partisanship. Even more amazingly, when we're provided with evidence that our beliefs are not true, we not only discount the evidence, we believe our original belief more strongly. This is a process called motivating reasoning. And it means that we as human beings don't reason like scientists or Bayesian statisticians. We don't carefully weigh the evidence and reevaluate our beliefs as new information becomes more available. Instead, we reason like lawyers. Any lawyers in the room? That's not an offense. Lawyers are necessary. Instead, we reason like lawyers, building a case for the conclusions we've already drawn, the conclusions that we've already reached. Here's my favorite part of this. The smarter and more informed we are, the better we are at this. The easier it is to shoot down things that we disagree with and find disagreeable. This is also notably, it's not a liberal thing, it's not a conservative thing, it's not a Democratic thing, it's not a Republican thing. We all engage in this process of motivated reasoning. Finally, when it comes to political issues, our preferences are inconsistent. They're often contradictory, and they're unstable over time. We don't reconcile our incoherent beliefs like wanting lower taxes and more government spending. As a result, the policy-making process is also often incoherent. So take, for example, the Iraq War. First, at the same time we were engaging in the Iraq War, we were cutting taxes. Ever responsive to public opinion, our elected officials assured that we, the people, weren't paying the cost of the war, opting instead to add the cost to our national debt. Second, during this year's Democratic and Republican primaries, both Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump have said that they were against the war from the very beginning. Fair enough. But at the time the decision was made to invade Iraq, the American public was overwhelmingly supportive and thought it was the right thing to do. Sorry. Here you can see the change over time, moving from 2003 through 2008. Okay? To have argued against the war at that point meant disregarding public opinion and exercising leadership. Most politicians are loath to do that, especially on issues involving national security, where patriotic fervor is demanding some sort of action. But let's take this a step further. If policy in Iraq followed public opinion, it wouldn't make much sense. We would support the war going in, we would grow tired of it, we would move to withdraw troops, we would leave a vacuum and create future problems in the region to deal with later. Sound familiar? We the people are not always a good basis for sound and consistent foreign policy decisions. Now let's talk healthcare. Public opinion on healthcare also serves as a good example. For as long as we've been polling on healthcare, we know that the public is generally dissatisfied with the healthcare system, whatever that means. But the system, the broader healthcare system, they are typically pleased with the care they receive and that their families receive. When asked prior to the enactment of Obamacare about increasing the federal government role in healthcare, a majority of Americans were supportive. This isn't just this one slide, by the way. It's more generally true that the public was supportive of healthcare reform at some level at that time. Enter President Barack Obama and the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. With the passage of the act, public support for a larger government role in healthcare has declined. People have grown dissatisfied with it. We, the people, were for healthcare reform before we were against it. Okay? When it comes to trusting the public on healthcare, there are even bigger problems, though. First is a problem of misinformation. Many Americans believe Obamacare has been repealed by Congress or overturned by the Supreme Court. Second, while public opinion is generally negative towards Obamacare as an act, as a collective, they're far more positive toward many of its specific provisions. For example, extending health care coverage to dependents up to 26 years of age. Before that, it was only up to 22. When you ask about the individual provisions that make up Obamacare, many people are supportive. This slide shows the blue is the awareness and the orange is the support for a specific provision. A lot of people don't know what the provisions are that are in Obamacare, and they support them but don't realize that it's included. Okay? If the public, so when it comes to, but if the public is generally uninformed, often misinformed, and lacking in consistent beliefs, this is not something new. It's not something new to contemporary American politics. The public, at least as far back as we can measure it, has always fallen short of the democratic ideal. What is new are changes in the media, political, and economic systems that make these shortcomings, at least potentially, more threatening for democratic governance. First, our media system has transitioned from a broadcast era dominated by 3 major networks, to a digital age marked by an unlimited flow of information and an almost limited choice in news and entertainment. Back in the bad old days, we only had 3 channels in PBS. Right? And if the president came on television, you watched the president. You did not have a choice not to watch the president. It was the only thing that was on. You could turn off the TV, but who did that, right? The political consequences of this shift have been profound. The most partisan and most engaged citizens are now self-selecting into news that confirms their pre-existing beliefs. Less engaged and less partisan citizens are opting for entertainment and are disengaging from the political system. Where campaigns in the broadcast era were often directed at the median voter, and so were more moderate in terms of their approach, campaigns today are often talking very specifically to their base voters and no one else. As a result, the language of politics is often nastier and more partisan as it is being served to this partisan, like-minded audience. Because the flow of information is continuous and overwhelming, rising above the noise often requires saying something outrageous or provocative or offensive or uncivil. Here is, this is a categorization of Trump insults. A news source has collected every insult that Trump has made, and it put them in one place. And so what I did is I took them and I made them into a word cloud. And so these are the different words that come out when he's insulting someone. Donald Trump's reality star style candidacy is tailor-built for this new media environment. His angry rhetoric taps into broader currents of discontent, and his insults of his opponents earn not only free media coverage, but also ample retweets, as does his tendency to engage in hyperbole in his description of his issue positions. Here is the Donald Trump media advantage, which you can see as we move into the general election. The media advantage is less favorable than it was during the primaries. During the primaries, it was estimated in March that he had gotten $2 billion in free media coverage. He didn't have to run a campaign ad. All the other candidates were raising money and were spending money on campaign advertisements while he was phoning in and getting free media time on any network that he wanted. And the reason, and he's very right about this, the reason is he knew that he attracted audience. The news channels understood that he attracted audience, and so they freely gave him this media time. The downside of this particular strategy and what he's running to at this point is free media time doesn't guarantee you the coverage that you want. It only guarantees that you're going to get covered. And so now he's noticing that he's not being covered very favorably, and he's complaining, but he has benefited tremendously from the amount and the attention that has come from his campaign that he doesn't have to pay for, that he doesn't have to spend money on. Okay? Second is the shrinking middle class. While I noted the U.S. economy has been better shaped than many people realize, the gains have been unequally distributed. The working class and middle class have seen their wages stagnate, while the 1% have seen their incomes increase dramatically. So here you see the decline of the middle class. Now, notably, it's not just the case that the middle class is falling into the lower class. There are a lot of people in the middle class who are bumping up into the upper classes. So it's not just a case of declining income. But what we are seeing is a shrink in terms of a larger gap between the rich and the poor, and that's important politically because the middle class is thought to be a force of moderation in politics. And the more squeezed they are, the less moderate our politics become. Many of the voters in the middle class, and here's an example of the change in the share of the top 1% and the top 0.1% in terms of their wealth, and you can see the increase in terms of their share of total wealth in the American political system. Many of the voters in the middle believe, not incorrectly, that the political system, which is fueled by money, is not responsive to their needs. Political scientists Martin Gillens and Larry Bartels have independently demonstrated this to be the case. The political system is most responsive to wealthy interest, occasionally responsive to middle class interest, but rarely, if ever, responsive to the working class and the poor. What happens in terms of tying this back into the democracy argument is we open up the conversation and we say, let's make this more responsive to everyone who wants to participate. The people who tend to come out tend to be those who are most interested. They tend to be wealthier. They tend to be more involved across the board. They tend to be better educated. And they're the most intense group of people out there are driving the conversation. So who are we losing? Well, we're losing the people who are less intense, more moderate, more likely to see difference across the two sides, more conflicted in terms of seeing opinion across the two sides. So I just had to slip this one in. You all probably don't know this. This is from a classic movie called Network, where he screams, "I'm mad as hell and not going to take it anymore." Both Trump and Sanders were able to tap into these frustrations with populist appeals. Trump's appeal within the Republican primary was, at least to me, the more surprising, because Trump's issue positions did not fit well or neatly within an increasingly conservative Republican Party. Over the past several election cycles, being a rhino, a Republican in name only, had become a liability even for more consistently conservative party leaders, like former party majority leader Eric Cantor. In what was perhaps a precursor to the Trump campaign, Cantor lost his seat to a little-known and politically inexperienced challenger, a George Mason economics professor, David Bratt. Politically, however, Trump looks a whole lot more like a rhino, at best a curious mix of inconsistent positions. He previously supported Hillary Clinton. He supported a list of Democrats going back. He's not the traditional conservative Republican. That's more like a Ted Cruz. But what he did, and my mistake in thinking about this, was to think that ideology and issue positions would matter more than emotion. What connects with us and what connects people to the Trump campaign is his anger, right? And his ability to reflect the anger of angry voters who feel economically marginalized and who are fearful about the future. Okay? So the third thing going on is increased political polarization and the resulting dysfunction within our political system. Now, there's a lot of debate about just how polarized the American public actually is. What we do know is that citizens are now better sorted into the political parties, such that self-identified Republicans are more likely to also be self-identified conservatives. Self-identified Democrats are more likely to be self-identified liberals. The shifts in the media system that we already talked about, allowing partisans to mainly, though not exclusively, attend to partisan media, combines with this partisan sorting to even further increase polarization. We also know, and my favorite part of this particular slide is in the lower corner, the lower right-hand corner. What we have seen over time is an increase in what we call affective polarization, which really is just a fancy way of saying we dislike the other side more. And in terms of emotional reaction to Democrats, Republicans, it just makes them angrier than it used to. And the same thing on the Democratic side. We not only think we have a place of disagreement, we really don't like them. One of the best stats for this, and I decided not to include it in the slide, was they've asked a question over a number of years asking how much it would bother you if different groups married into your family. And they include all sorts of different groups. And what we've seen over time is that people are more upset about someone marrying into the family who is of the opposite party than of all sorts of other social, economic, demographic characteristics, religion, race, all these other things that we can think of. You know, your parents will be more disappointed if you bring home a whatever, the opposite of what you are, right? And that's a remarkable sign about how personalized politics have become. Right? We've moved beyond the idea that we all want a better country, and therefore our disagreements are just disagreements over policy, to the point of I really don't like those people, right? And I believe they're a threat to the nation. Right? There's no uncertainty about what's happened to our elected officials. And this is a little confusing in terms of what it's measuring here, but basically what it's measuring is the degree of difference between the Republican and the Democratic Party in terms of how they're voting in Congress. And what we've seen over time is the difference between Republicans and Democrats in the House and the Senate have increased significantly over time, to where now the differences between the parties in the House and Senate are larger than at any time since the 1890s. Okay? Where we once talked about Southern conservative blue dog Democrats or liberal Rockefeller Republicans in the Northeast, the parties are now regionally and ideologically distinct. The result has been gridlock and political dysfunction, especially within Congress, as it struggles to address long-term problems like the national debt, climate change, Social Security, and any other number of critical issues. I would argue on most of these issues, if you could get these same people in a room without media, without anyone knowing who was responsible for the decision, a lot of these problems, if not solved, we could make significant progress on them. But because it's in public, there is an incentive to disagree. Even routine issues like raising the federal debt limit, a regrettable but necessary vote to keep the federal government lights on, to keep Social Security checks going out into the mail, to keep government employees employed, to keep the military working, has become heavily politicized. Thomas Mann and Norman Ornstein, two longtime observers of Washington politics, concluded that this is the worst and most destructive partisanship they have ever seen in their lifetimes. Okay? At the same time that we're not functioning very well as a national government, our incumbent senators and representatives are being reelected overwhelmingly on promises to stand their ground and not compromise with the other side. We reward our elected officials not for solving problems, not for reaching compromise, not for accommodating the other side, not for finding solutions to complex problems, but for being on the right side of the issues. In fact, exercising meaningful leadership on a national issue, reaching across the aisle, building a coalition, can be detrimental to your political career. This is what happened to Eric Cantor in Virginia. Okay? The combination of an uninformed public frustrated with a government that is unresponsive to the working class and to the middle class and ineffective in addressing long-standing issues creates a real risk to constitutional government. The temptation is for a strong leader who can ignore constitutional limits to achieve policy. Okay? This is from a survey called the World Value Survey, and they ask whether you approve of a strong leader who doesn't have to bother with elections or with Congress or with Parliament. And what you see is increasingly, especially among people without a college degree, we're seeing an increase in the number of people who are saying, yeah, strong leader who doesn't have to, that sounds good. Right? It's not an overwhelming number, but it's still a large number. And what's important, it's larger in the U.S. than it is in other industrial democracies. Right? So what's going on here is not entirely unique, but especially this appeal of a strong leader is unique. Okay? So what can we do about this? What's the solution? How can we, if we are the problem, how do we fix us? Okay? So one thing I would argue is, one, we need to recognize the limits of citizens in a democracy. We have other things going on in our lives. General election, 6 weeks, done. People would be more interested. The campaign would be less likely to focus on sort of silliness, like whether someone is coughing or not, and that it would make everybody more positive about the democratic process. Finally, as individuals, I think we also have a role here, and that is we have to make sure that our own social networks are diverse and that we're talking to people from the other side, right? We know from survey research that when we look at social media, that Republicans are more likely to friend Republicans, right? Democrats are more likely to have diverse discussion networks, but they're also more likely to unfriend someone who says something they dislike, right? And so that is a problem. We need to make sure that we are engaging with people of different partisanship and different ideology. Right? The key, though, is, and I'll leave you with this, is that we have to be committed to changing the political system and changing it in a way that deals with the real problem, which is we have ineffective leadership because of the way the system is set up, because people are overly responsive to public opinion, and as a result, they can't exercise real leadership. So, and that's it for me.
Time for Q&A. There's a microphone here. People can come up to it, or I can bring it to you. Anybody who wants to have the first shot at Kirby Goydel in response to that great presentation? Questions? Here, come on up.
Can you just hear me like this?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think there's an argument to be made for people voting for a third-party candidate, even though they hate, let's say, Hillary and Trump? Like, they hate them so much that they want to vote for a third-party candidate, even though that might help the candidate that they hate the most actually win?
Yes. Yeah, I think there's an argument to be made that greater choice would enhance. I would really like to see the third parties at the debates. When you think about media, the role that media plays in terms of our political system, one of the most important things they do is confer legitimacy on different candidates and groups. And by not putting them in the debates, they tell you not to vote for them. That's the implicit message. If they bring them in, then more people might do it. The key is, and this is up to all individual voters, you have to make that decision about, do I want my least preferred outcome so that I can vote my conscience? Right? And I can't tell you the best answer as an individual, but I can tell you that we have things within our political system that disadvantage these third parties in important ways. And that if we could take steps to make them more viable, and I think that would excite more people about elections and campaigns.
Do you think this is the election to do that, though?
I think it could be.
Okay.
So, I don't mean to not give you an answer, but I think we're still getting this. So, what we know is that there's a lot of unhappiness with the major party nominees. What we know is there are a lot of people who are seeking an alternative. This could be the year where an alternative becomes really, really important. But it's kind of too early to tell whether the Libertarian Party or the Green Party are going to gain enough traction to really do something to change the course of the election.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for your talk. How does all this affect our national discourse with respect to race, immigration, the flow of dog whistle politics over the last 30 and 40 years, and the historical narratives that politicians use, I think, to push those buttons?
Yeah. I think this ties directly into all of that. I think there is an incentive. I mean, we have to think about the incentive that candidates have when they communicate, and one of the incentives that candidates have is that if I can appeal to this group of voters by insinuating things about these other groups of voters, then candidates have to make a rational decision about whether or not to do that. That decision is driven almost entirely by, how does it play out strategically, as opposed to, is this a good thing to do? And I think it's extenuated by the fact that we are increasingly engaged in a politics of the partisan base, as opposed to a politics of the median voter. If we have to appeal to the average person, we're in a better place. But when the Republicans are appealing to the average Republican and Democrats are appealing to the average Democrat, and the middle is sort of falling out, well, then those calculations make more sense. So I think we have to think strategically. I mean, sort of about how those incentives play out in terms of how our campaigns are organized. So.
So, like, let's just say that you had complete control over the government at the moment. Like,
Sure.
what would you do to change this whole political system? Would you, like, get rid of the bipartisan parties? Would you just get rid of the electoral college? Like, what, if you could actually solve this problem, what do you think
Sure.
are the best steps to actually do it?
Sure. So one of them I mentioned, I would certainly shorten the campaign season. I mean, I think that's, to me, this is the most nonsensical part of our political system, is that we begin running in mid-2015 for 2016, and we have debates in 2015 before we even are even close to having a vote, and those debates end up with candidates dropping out of the political process. So that's one thing. The second thing I would do is I would begin thinking about a proportional system of voting as opposed to individual districts, because I think, the thing that I really worry about is that as we draw these districts, we're putting people in. If you look at, take your least favorite member of the Congress, if you have one, they are probably representing their constituencies really well, but their constituencies are really narrowly defined, and they look a lot like that representative. Now, how do we do something about that? Well, we change their constituency, because our politicians, and I remember talking to a politician when there was some redistricting around race in Louisiana many years ago, and he said what happened is after the redistricting, they created a district that was more likely to elect an African-American representative. In doing so, they moved the African-American vote out of his district and into somebody else's. And he said, after that, I became more conservative in my voting because I have to respond to my district. They respond to their district pressures. So how do we create a district that makes them respond to a broader array of voters rather than a more narrow? And I think proportional representation would do a lot of that. And would help with that. By the bigger and more diverse we can make their districts, the better off we would be. The other thing is, I think we could consider doing let's say the winner, let's say instead of voting for individual members of Congress, you also vote for Republican or Democrat or whatever parties are out there for Congress. And that party then whoever wins that vote gets bonus representatives, so that now we have a reason to think about the collective functioning of the institution as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sure.
I have to say I agree with you wholeheartedly on the campaign process. But I do have a question and would like to know, what are your views on term limits to go along with that?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of term limits. I'm not strongly opposed to them, but let me tell you why. Where term limits have been enacted at the state level, oftentimes what we've done is we've replaced experienced legislators with inexperienced legislators, and what that does is it increases the power of the governor's office and it increases the power of executive administration staff. And so the legislature becomes less professional, less knowledgeable, there's less expertise. So I'm not, it's something that wouldn't bother me if it happened, but I also think there are better ways to fix the problem. I would much rather do away with the way we do districts and the way that we elect people, or rethink it so that people have to represent more diverse areas. Than to go with term limits, because I think, again, they are really responsive. The argument for term limits is often that our representatives aren't responsive enough to the average person, and they go to Washington and they become professional, right? In reality, they go to Washington and they want to keep their jobs, so they're bending over backwards to make their constituents happy. And so I think the problem is, how do you change their constituency so that they're representing a different group of people? And if you can do that, I think you can solve a lot of the problem.
So you mentioned education as being the baseline of creating good citizens. So I was wondering how you would propose we improve our civic education in public and I suppose private schools as well, so that we have a more informed electorate?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer. But I will tell you that I think one of the things that we need to do is we need to increase the importance of knowledge about government. I mean, think about it this way: have you all seen the test for citizenship in the U.S.? You all seen it? It's tough, right? Why don't we give that to our high school students before they can graduate? Right? We don't. What we give is and when we're doing these assessment tests or these high stakes testing in high schools, how important is government in it? Where is government? Where is citizenship? It's typically focused on other. It's not that it's not there at all, but the relative importance of it. I think we could do a lot by just making it more important in terms of curriculum and saying one of the things that we really have to do is create an informed citizenry because an informed citizenry is critical to the quality of government that we receive, and if we can do that, then we can improve the quality of our democracy. So, sorry.
Howdy. Thanks for the talk. I thought that was a really great overview of where we are and how we got here.
Oh, thanks.
Really, all the Pew stuff put together like that really brings it all together for me. I haven't read your book, but based on the title, it sounds like it's kind of an indictment of the public and the public's role
Yes.
in the system. But a lot of the problems you identify and solutions seem to want to carve out more space for the public and more democracy. I think about Walter Lippmann. I'm a media professor, and I think about his kind of indictment of democracy and this idea of an omnicompetent citizen who can be well informed on all these important issues and make good decisions. Which is it? Less democracy or more? Is it?
Right.
Is it? I mean, do we need to get these kind of ignorant voters out of the way and make it easier for elites to run the system because they can actually do it and they know what's going on?
Yeah.
Or do we need more, better and more public participation to make it work?
Yeah, and again, a great question, and I think it gets to one of the things that I've struggled with as I think about these problems. But I would say, rather than more, I framed it as more or less democracy because I was trying to be provocative. But I think the answer is different. We've done. Over the years, there have been numerous studies about political psychology, and we know more about how people make decisions today than ever. And we don't take that into account when we think about how we set up governing institutions. We just say, "Oh, let's open it up," and without thinking about, all right, so how much cognitive capacity does the average citizen have to deal with this particular issue? Who's going to be most likely to be involved? How are they going to make the decisions on something that they may not know a whole lot about? So when I say less democracy, the idea, for example, that citizens should make a decision on something that's really complex, that we need to let experts make those decisions. But citizens should be able to hold them accountable after the fact in a broad way. So we know citizens do a really good job if we just say, are we doing better or worse? Oh yeah, they can make that decision. Should they be making the decision about a specific policy? That's where I get concerned about too much citizen influence over the political process. So I think I would say sort of a different space rather than more or less. I would like to see them have a bigger role in making big accountability judgments and a smaller role in terms of, bring the public in every so often and say, are things better or worse? But let's not have this. I'll give another example: a long ballot, right? In a lot of places, you vote on so many things. I study this stuff, and I go into the polling place sometimes. I'm like, I have no idea what that initiative is. I'm just voting no because I'm scared I'm going to do damage, right? And so, is that something I should really be voting on, right? Or take, a coroner, right? Do y'all vote for coroners here? How do you vote for a coroner? There are so many, but the argument, if we say, should we have this election, should we have a vote on who this person is or not, everyone will say yes. Of course we should vote on it. This is America. But we don't know what they do. We don't know who they are, so are we making good decisions or not? And I think that's the key, is to say, where can the public have a meaningful input on government, and where should we think about other decision-making processes? And I think the problem is we almost always say more democracy is better. but it's even democracy defined in this very narrow way. Responsiveness to individual opinion as opposed to being able to hold people accountable.
Good answer.
That
Can I,
answer.
can I ask one more thing? Since you mentioned political psychology, I'm interested in Jonathan Haidt, whatever his name is.
Yes.
His work on moral foundations and all this stuff, and this idea that there are just these traits that align, where people align with these positions. And with that in mind, I mean, how can we ever get on the same page and find any kind of common ground? Can you talk about that a little?
Sure. So Haidt makes the argument that that in a lot of cases we have certain traits that lead us towards certain positions, and that it's so the question is, how can we bring all this together? And I think the key is that we need those different traits to be represented in our conversation in order to reach the best decisions. That there's a reason why some of us may be more closed-minded than others of us, and we say closed-minded like it's always a negative thing. But it may be the case that as a society we need certain people who are raising those questions, and so I don't know if that answers your question. I think it's what we trust, and this is coming from sort of my public opinion perspective. We don't trust any individual. We don't trust a small group of individuals. What we trust is if we can get enough people in the sample, right? That there's a sort of miracle of aggregation where everyone's flaws and biases, when we put enough of them in the decision-making structure, that they'll cancel out and we'll reach a reasonably good decision most of the time. Now, having said that, I think that we reach a reasonable decision most of the time, but not always. Right? So there is no process that I know of, no governing structure that will guarantee that we never make mistakes. We will always make mistakes. The question is, how can we create a system whereby we minimize the mistakes and we have the best system to generate the best results over a long period of time, where we're talking about making multiple decisions over decades, not in a short time frame.
So whenever I get asked about kind of what's happening, right, and whether it's on an airplane or speaking somewhere, I say, I don't know, and then speculate about the future, and that speculation changes from day to day. But what do you, assuming we have a slight Hillary Clinton victory in November, which seems like it's probably what's going to happen, how do you see things playing out, well, with respect to partisan politics, with respect to this idea of how we communicate with each other? Do you see things getting better? Do you see one party collapsing, or what's your big picture prediction for the future of American democracy after this election?
I don't know. How's that? No, I think a couple of things is it is hard to predict. You would think that right now that Hillary Clinton is the odds-on favorite to be the next president. I'm still not convinced that's necessarily the case. I know a lot of people want to say the race is over, but remember, she's very disliked, so she's never going to just run away with it. And Trump is very disliked, so it's hard to imagine him ever being in a position. There are still things that can happen. I think in order to shake up the likely Hillary Clinton presidency at this point, it needs some sort of external shock. Something has to happen, something big, in order to sort of reset the balance. Trump has perhaps learned a little bit in terms of being a better candidate over the general election cycle, but he still is very much. And we see this, by the way, with a lot of business people when they're candidates and don't have political experience. They come in and they believe they know best, and they don't listen to other advice. I think he's finally figuring out that he probably needs some other advice. I am getting to the more direct answer, which is, so Hillary Clinton wins. We don't really. So Democrats might win the Senate. And by the way, if you're thinking about how you want to vote in this particular election cycle, please remember the down ballot races are really, really important. They're as important as the presidential vote. Democrats might win the Senate. They probably will not win the House. Right? So that means we're going to have another period of divided government. It's hard for me to see a lot of common ground where we're going to see a lot of things getting done with a Hillary Clinton presidency. I think she will be able to work some with Paul Ryan and House Republicans, but not a lot. I mean, they're not going to give a lot of ground. They're going to begin positioning already, which is also part of the problem with our political system. You don't have an election and go, okay, let's go govern for a while, and we'll come back and have another election in the future. We go, all right, this election was over. Who are the candidates who are likely for 2020? Right? And Paul Ryan will be one of those people, the Speaker of the House, who's going to be mentioned routinely. You have to think that Republicans are going to go back to the drawing board after this, assuming Trump loses, and say, we can't go through this again. We had a nasty process. We had too many candidates. Too many bridges were burnt. And so we had too many Republicans then endorsing the Democratic side. We have to do something to assure that we are a united party in the future, because that's the way you win, is to be united as a political party. So I have to think they're going to come together and rethink a little bit about the primary process, how they select their candidates, how to assure that you don't get an outsider candidate as your nominee again. So I expect the Republican Party to move to the right, more clearly to the right as it was defined before Donald Trump. I expect Hillary Clinton to try to govern from the center. But I would, if I were predicting right now, I'd say I would be really surprised if she were more than a one-term president. This is largely because we know that it's rare for one party to control the White House for more than 12 years, more than 3 terms. And so I think it would be very difficult for her to win re-election. So you're likely going to see the Republican Party, moderate or change. Moderate's the wrong word. In reaction to what's happened in this particular cycle. So, I do think I continue to be worried about the fact, and this was part of the reason that I wrote the book, that if our government is not solving these big problems that are out there that we know are out there, the temptation for a strong leader is always there. And people look and they say the problem is Washington, and we need somebody to go in and really shake it up, and we need someone who's not going to play by the rules. Well, you're also saying we need someone who's going to ignore constitutional design. I mean, maybe you can find a line where you can hold both of those views. But it concerns me that it goes to the legitimacy of our government and a question about whether we see our political system as a legitimate system or not a legitimate system. The other thing that I'm really curious about is if Trump loses, is how much he says it's because the political system is rigged, and how that affects how people feel about the political system. Because I think our political system, in part, is a democracy. It depends on whether we buy into the fact that the rules are fair. And remember, we don't have to like the outcome to say that the rules are fair. This is the definition of legitimacy. It's not the idea that we say, oh, our side won, therefore everything's good. The more important idea in a democracy is to say, the rules are good because they are fair, and so I will respect the outcome even when I disagree with it. And that's what I think we're missing in contemporary politics right now.
What do you think about reducing the transparency, especially in Congress, like taking cameras out of committee meetings, taking cameras off the House floor and having them streamed 24/7 so people can be awake at 11 p.m. to give a speech to an empty House, as well as reinstituting maybe field committee meetings so representatives can actually go out and see the issue that they're affecting and be forced to interact with people from the other side. One, do you think those would be helpful in the discourse, and how feasible do you think those changes would be?
Yeah. So transparency, you're talking my language now. I really, assuming I know where you're going with the question, I'd like to see less transparency, right? And this is an odd argument to make, but it's been made by others. Lawrence Lessig at Harvard has made this argument. what we know is that a lot of the representatives that we have, if you shut the door and said, nobody knows what's going on here, fix this problem, they could fix this problem. Right? There are a lot of problems that we have that are like that. But they can't because people are constantly watching, constantly live tweeting, responding, reacting, and there's this ever threat of, you sold out our side to the other side. And so therefore we're going to target you in an election campaign. And so if you watch, the other thing that ties into this is former members of if you want to talk to somebody who knows how to solve a problem, talk to an ex-member of Congress, right? They have great ideas. They're so impressive. And you talk to them, most of them, not all of them. But you talk to them and they're like, okay, here's what needs to be done on this policy, and we could do this. And that's why a lot of times when they have a really tough problem, they'll say, we're going to put together a commission of former members of Congress, and they're going to come up with a solution for it for us. So if we could move some things out of sort of the legislative arena, out of the political arena, where it is done, where we can have conversations where we're not worried about how people are responding all the time, I think you can reach fairly meaningful solutions. Or if you had some sort of commission that could put it together and then Congress could only vote yes or no, then maybe you also have some sort of possibility for solving some of these problems. But I do think the sort of constant attention on what's going on and makes it difficult to solve problems. The 24-hour access to everything that's happening means that it's more difficult for people to have honest conversations, right? And you can think about it. So just in terms of if you or I were having a conversation and we sat down over beer and we knew no one was watching, we could have a really frank discussion, right? But if I know that a camera's rolling and, it's being recorded, then I have to watch what I say. And now we can't have an honest conversation because I can't say what maybe I need to say because I don't want it to come across in the wrong way, in a way that's politically damaging to me. And as to the field committee, I think it would be great. The more expertise that we can provide our members of Congress, I think the better off we are. I think that the old committee structures used to almost guarantee that we had members who were really subject expertise over their areas. It's increasingly become a more partisan and less committee-centered chamber, and as it's done that, we've lost a lot of expertise in specific areas. So, for example, on the old budget process, being part of the Appropriations Committee was really important, and those folks really knew the budget, and they saw their responsibility as safeguarding the budget against irresponsibility. Now it's more partisan, and you don't have those folks who guarding it like they used to.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For those of you who are interested in hearing more from Kirby, he's going to be on the next panel. We'll have a brief break, and that'll start up at noon. And I guess because he's on the next panel, he'll be stuck here for the next 15 minutes if you want to, back him into a corner. 5 quick things I want to mention, and then you are all free to go. One, we literally have a bowl of bagels on the table right next to a very nice wicker basket of schmear. So help yourself. Kirby mentioned former members of Congress. There's going to be a couple of former members of Congress who've written a book on the topic of kind of fixing Congress and American politics. They'll be here on October 28th at the Frank Church Institute Conference. So make sure, if you're interested in hearing about that from those folks, to put that on your calendar. Also tomorrow, our own Director of Government Relations and I believe the longest-serving Speaker of the House in Idaho history will be speaking on this topic as well. Bruce Newcomb. That's tomorrow at 3:30 in Driscoll Hall. Is that correct? Finally, for students, if you haven't signed up for the Patriotic Choices program yet, you can make sure you get credit for being here and get information at the table on your way out about how to sign up. And again, we have another panel in about 15 minutes. So if you are interested in the topic of political civility, Kirby will be on that panel along with several experts from the community and from our own campus. So I encourage you to stick around. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your day.
take this.
You know, I always sat in the back too, but now when you're up on stage, you don't really like it when people sit in the back.
I know, they all seem so far away. Like they're afraid it's contagious.
We aren't going to need one of these chairs.
Including you?
Possibly.
We need 4 plus 4.
Okay, we got 5 chairs.
Okay.
Can you swap me? Yeah, yeah. Seriously. Don't make me do that. Trust me. I'm nervous.
Nervous about this?
I knew I'd get a seat if I double. I can sit next to Stephanie. I don't get to see her. Don't. I'm serious.
It might be like a list of just
All right, hi everybody. Welcome to the afternoon panel of Patriotic Choices, exploring political courage and civil discourse for the common good. We're talking obviously about political civility today. My name is Corey Cook. I'm the Dean of the School of Public Service here at Boise State. We're joined by 4 distinguished panelists. I think what we're going to do to start is I'll introduce the panelists individually and give them a few minutes to talk a little bit about some of their work. I have a handful of questions I'm happy to ask them, and then we're going to open the floor to you. My hope is that you'll have interesting questions to ask, and you're not stuck listening to me ask questions all day. So as soon as you start to have questions, I'm happy to pass the mic around and hand off to you. So I think we'll start by introducing our panelists. If it's okay, I'll start with Representative Melissa Wintrow. Did I catch you at a bad time?
I was prepared.
Yeah, I say you sat third down in hopes that you would be third. Representative Wintrow has been in the state legislature in Idaho since 2014. She's taught in the gender studies program here at Boise State. She was the director of the Women's Center here on campus. She has biked across country and competed in an Ironman triathlon, among other enormous achievements. She's been certified as a trainer by the National Institute for Civic Discourse and has been involved in work with the state legislature here in Idaho to try to promote civility among members of the legislature. And so first, I would just welcome Representative Wintrow and just maybe talk a little bit about some of your work around civil discourse, if you would.
Thank you so much. Is that on? Is that working? Hello? Can you hear me now? Thank you so much for that very kind and thorough introduction. There's really not much more I can say. But since we are talking about civil discourse, I think the thing that I would share is that civil discourse is more than just being polite, thank yous and pleases and decorum in public. And that I represent District 19, which is, most of Boise area, North End, East End, and out into the foothills, up into Hidden Springs. What I hear mostly from my constituents is a frustration, is a throwing up of the hands, why should I vote? I don't know if any of you feel that way. Just kind of throwing in the towel, why are you doing it? God bless you for running. How can you do it? And it's become clear to me that civility is about that decorum, but it's also about fairness. It's also about the receiving behaviors that we don't talk about a lot. We talk about how we portray ourselves and talk to people and so forth, but it's a lot about how we listen, how we process our own responsibility, our own thoughtfulness, as well as having a fair shot at the discussion of ideas. So I think as I really engaged in civil discourse and the training in the Institute, I think a lot about that definition. And I also think about this election and all the things that the wonderful professor talked about, in that there is, I'm not sure about the polarization as much as the stats. I feel something a little bit differently when I'll talk about later. Maybe you'll ask some questions about it. But truly, that notion of having a fair shot to discuss the idea and let the system work. I might be outvoted, but I just want to get to the table with my constituents to have the discussion. So that's what I would say about civility.
Great, thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Bill Manny. He's the managing editor of the Idaho Statesman. He has also been deeply involved in the City Club of Boise, including taking a leading role in its Civility initiative last year, and helped put together a conference that was held here at Boise State this summer with leaders from across the state. So again, welcome, Bill.
Can you hear me? Civility as a term and civil discourse as a term are problematic. I think, as Melissa was saying, they don't really get at the heart of what we're all trying to accomplish. And Boise City Club has had a series of discussions, and several of us have had these really heartfelt discussions. What we're really talking about is how do we eliminate the obstacles that make people feel so discouraged about what's happening in government and society and politics. It's, you know, the closest thing we can come up with is this notion of civic intelligence. What are the tools and traits we all need to feel like we can participate in a meaningful way? So the Boise City Club has been involved in this civility project for more than a year. We've worked with the National Institute for Civil Discourse. We've done workshops with legislative leaders and legislators, and it was the facilitation that Melissa went through with that organization. We've had a series of Civility Project events, public forums, workshops, and roundtables in the community. 2016, it turns out, was a really good year to be talking about civility. Boise City Club did it kind of accidentally. You know, we partnered with the National Institute, but we realized that we'd really caught a wave. And everybody we talked to about this topic nods their heads. It really resonates with folks. But it's really important to talk more than just about being polite or being kind or even being good listeners, right? It's about not labeling. It's about not putting up obstacles that get in the way of participation meaningfully. I'm a journalist. I'm an editor. And when you talk to other journalists about being civil, the hairs go up on their neck. The hackles get raised because they interpret that as meaning don't do your job. Don't be tough. Don't hold public officials accountable. And that's not what we're talking about. And I would like to read a paragraph about that I wrote earlier that I think gets to this, and then I will be quiet and entertain your questions. When we did the workshop with the Idaho legislators, many of them noted that incivility in our society is not just the politicians' fault. It's citizens, it's commenters online, and it's sometimes the journalists and the coverage themselves. So I don't suspect that I have to tell you, excuse me, that reporters don't take kindly to being told what to do or what to write, or that they need to be nice. Journalists guard our independence fiercely. We quote the First Amendment readily, and we can lecture you about the public's right to know until you fall asleep. And I think you'll hear from me and other journalists that we view the term civility as code for asking us to pull our punches. Now, I don't think that's what we're talking about. I wouldn't be here today if that was the point of this discussion. Journalists are not going to protect dumb politicians. We're not going to ignore blunders. We're not going to look away from corruption. And we're not going to stop holding the public accountable. But I do think that we journalists need to ask ourselves, are we making people smarter, better, more engaged citizens? Or are we just contributing to people tuning out and turning off? Because if citizens stop caring, if they stop participating, if they stop reading my website and my newspaper, then we've all failed. We've failed as a society, we've failed as an institution, and we've failed as a government. So for me, this conversation really is about how we all succeed in getting people informed and engaged in a way in which they feel it is meaningful and there aren't any obstacles to participation. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Stephanie Witt. Professor Witt is a professor in the School of Public Service. She directs the master's program in public administration. Without exaggeration, I can say that I was moved here this last year. When I was interviewing, the opportunity to work with Dr. Witt is one of the things that was very appealing to me about coming here. She is just a force of nature, a phenomenal colleague, teacher, scholar. She has a reputation around the state for the work she does on ethics and working with decision makers across the state. So those of you who have worked with her, you're very fortunate to have done so. You were involved in the a civility conversation with the City Club back in the fall. But I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about why you're interested in being here.
Thanks. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I profess no special expertise about civility. I think, like everybody, I'm for it. You know, there are very few people who appear to be against it. But as a person who's trained as a political scientist and someone who really loves local government and state government, I do most of my research and a lot of training opportunities with state and local government people. I see the real cost of incivility in those local government forums. If you're unable to have a conversation as a community about the direction you're going to take or about a policy or what kind of planning you're going to do, I think there's a real harm done to our ability to make the best decisions on our collective behalf. And so if you take the idea that democracy is a marketplace of ideas, then there has to be some kind of exchange in that marketplace, right? In other words, I have to have the space and the opportunity to speak, and you have to have the opportunity to hear. And when our political conversations become merely screaming matches at each other, where we yell invective, at each other, then I'm not listening to you anymore. And if I label the people that I disagree with as my enemy as opposed to my opponent, then I'm not gonna listen to the enemy, right? The enemy can't have anything good to say, but an opponent might. And I think that my observation is that we've specialized our media and our news consumption to the point that if I don't want to, I don't ever have to hear a single idea I don't already agree with. I don't have to hear somebody say something that I haven't already thought of. And to me, that's a little bit damaging because I as smart as we all are, we haven't heard every good idea in the world. And if we only listen to those we sort of put a pre-approval stamp on, then I'm worried that a lot of good ideas in that marketplace of ideas never get heard.
Thank you. And then last but certainly not least, Dr. Kirby Goidel from Texas A&M University is a professor of communications. Many of you I know were here for his presentation earlier, and I'm really grateful for the breadth and depth of your presentation. I want to ask a specific question, if that's okay, because I think there was an important point that came out that for those who weren't here, I would maybe if you could start by highlighting that, which was talking about sort of affect-based polarization, right? This notion that our partisan disagreements, Democrats now, sort of deeply dislike Republicans and vice versa, and how this plays out in personal relationships, I think is fascinating and sort of key to this conversation. So I don't want you to have to give your talk again, certainly, but maybe if you could highlight some of those points and we could use that as a point of departure for conversation.
Sure. One of the more fascinating things that you look at when you look at polling data is we have seen polarization in the public in terms of people, Republican Party more conservative, Democratic Party more liberal. But the more shocking thing is really what we call affective polarization, which is we don't like the other side. And it comes out in a number of different ways, including questions that ask about whether you would be happy if your son or daughter married someone of the opposing party. That's at an all-time low. It's really kind of shockingly low if you think about that partisan divides are as big as anything that divides us at this particular moment in time. But also in terms of questions that were asked about, do you see the other party as a threat to the nation? We actually see the other party as a threat to the nation, not in terms of just somebody who we disagree with, but a real threat to the future of the country. And that is also remarkable because that's different and notably distinct from what we've seen in the past.
So maybe if we could start with that and ask the panel to address that a little bit further. To me, this notion that our opponents politically become sort of culturally different, right? And we heard this a lot about, Republicans will say, there's nothing directly about President Obama I don't like. It's just culturally, he doesn't appeal to me. Or Democrats will say the same thing about Republicans, that it's this personalization of partisanship that, again, I think makes how we get beyond this sort of moment in history a little bit problematic. So I was hoping maybe for the panelists, how do we cope in a political environment where it's not just Democrats and Republicans disagree about issues, but they disagree about whether their opponent is harmful to the nation, they don't want their children marrying somebody from a different party. I mean, this has gotten personalized in a way that's, I think, pretty troubling. So, panelists? We're going to start with the easy ones, and then they get tougher as we go. So, yeah.
That's a truly troubling situation. When you don't just disagree with somebody, but you identify them as illegitimate and corrupt, that's a breakdown in the system. I think the one remedy we have, at least comes to the top of my head, is when you get to know someone as a person, you don't see the devil horns, right? You meet a politician and they actually care about what they're doing and why they get elected. When was the last time any politician stood up and said, I'm going to Boise or I'm going to Washington, D.C. to represent the interests of the special interests? I'm going to feather my nest and to raise campaign contributions. Nobody gets involved in public service for that reason. Now, do some people become corrupt? Yes. Do some people become co-opted? Yes. But when we assume the bad intentions of people with whom we disagree, we've eliminated any chance to have a meaningful discussion. How do we get to that point? I don't know. I mean, when you meet someone in person, you see that they're not a devil. That they're a real person who cares, and that's the first step, is identifying people as human beings and not representatives of some label. And I would be really interested to know what the politicians think about that.
That's you now.
I'll tell you a little story, but first I would say I have never considered myself a politician. In fact, when I introduce myself, I'm a community leader. I think that politics are a part of everything. When I worked at Boise State, there were politics involved. It's how we maneuver. It's how we access resources, how we vie for things. We're all involved in that. So I would just say that. And then a little story about this notion of, treating people as people, not as objects. I think that's tough. And I think it takes time. And it takes more than the time that we have now in this technological society. But a little story. So when I was running for office, I went to a rangeland conference, which was composed of people who were ranchers, firefighters, biologists, land management, a gamut of folks. I was the only person running for office. I was the only elected, and there was no one elected official there. I was probably the only Democrat. And initially, people looked at me as if I had 3 horns in my head. They were very cautious. The conversations were at a certain level. The conference went over a 2-day period. At the end of the first day, I overheard somebody say, "Hey," they were whispering behind me, "She's okay. You should ask her some questions." And I overheard that, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. The next day, we went on a field trip into the rangeland. And a number of people said, "Hey, I'd like to be in your car." Thank goodness, because I would have felt bad if not. I got to know people in the car. I got to know people on the field trip. And in the end, it dawned on me, I, as an urban legislator, have to go out into more rural settings and get to know folks so they know that I'm not an alien. And that built a lot of different relationships across the state. There's somebody from that conference that consistently calls me when they're in Boise to come into town and let's get together. So I know that a lot of people think that, oh God, Democrat, liberal, crazy. But then they realized maybe not. And I learned a lot about those folks as well. I have my own biases and stereotypes. So the thing that I did learn, that takes time. So this notion of term limits I heard a question about earlier, I couldn't do that in a term limit environment. I see this as a marathon. I hope I'm in my office for a few years because it's going to take a long time to build those relationships, to be able to get things done and not be seen as a certain label in this state. And I have to do that as well. I have to take those labels off my colleagues across the aisle as well.
One of the issues we continually run into when we deal with the other side is the way it's portrayed, and especially on 24/7 cable news networks, where the goal is ultimately to find people who represent one side or the other as though those are the only options, and then they have them provide sort of the partisan talking points. Now, I'm a political junkie, so I love this stuff, but I think there's a problem when you see it, and there have been some studies that have been done, really good studies that show that when uncivil behavior will attract our attention the same way a car wreck will attract our attention. We'll turn to it. We'll look at it. It captures our attention there for a moment. But what happens after is we feel kind of bad. We feel kind of gross after, right? And so we watch it, but then we're more distrustful, and we're more negative about what just happened and about the prospects for democracy. And so I think that's something we have to think about. I don't know how you get around it. I was talking to a network reporter at one point, and they said, here's the reality of the 24/7 networks. We could do a really good investigative piece, and it would cost X million of dollars for us to go and put this piece together. Or we can bring in two talking heads and have them sit and go at each other side by side, and it's really cheap and really cost effective. Is it good for democracy? Probably not, but it's cost effective as a media, thinking about the media as profit. While I was in Louisiana, I was part of a project called Louisiana Public Square, and the goal of this was to have public deliberations around issues that concern people. We would randomly recruit our audience, and we had a conversation with the audience first about the issues that we were going to talk about that day. And the remarkable thing, we would collect data on them, so we knew who was a Republican and we knew who was a Democrat, we knew who was a liberal and who was a conservative. And the remarkable thing is, you would have these conversations, and they were small groups, 10 to 15 people, incredible conversations. People got out over their difference. And then we would bring in policymakers, and they would talk to the policymakers. And we'd have Republican and Democratic policymakers as well. And they would have this great conversation that was focused on fixing problems or understanding problems, and not on who's to blame or the other side did this. And it just was remarkable, and how much more optimistic I walked away after one of these sessions than if I watch, an hour of pick your favorite cable network, where you walk away feeling like we have very little in common and our disagreements are tremendous, and those people are dislikable.
Could I ask him a question or a follow-up? It's a question and observation. The affective, is it affective or effective? Affective polarization. In the 1960s, we assassinated presidents and political leaders. Our nation was riven by divisions over war, and really people felt like society was breaking down. In 1972, you had Watergate, and Nixon was hated with a vociferousness that I think we could identify with today. Clinton was impeached in the 1990s. So, do you think the polarization is different today, or is it that with the media and social media echo chamber where everything is real time and everything is immediate and everything is in your face, that's what's different today?
Yeah, I think I think it's both. I think there is something different in terms of the public and in terms of how they're thinking about it. Not all of the public, but in terms of the dislike of the other side. I think it is different, and I think part of it is what's going on in the party system, where you used to have more conservative Democrats, and a lot of us grew up in areas where The Democratic Party might have been dominant, but they were very conservative, looked very much like a Republican Party in other places, and they identified as Democrats. And on the Republican side, especially in the Northeast, where there were a lot of liberal Republicans, and so it wasn't as divided by party, even if there was a lot of this going on. And the partisan divisions have become more defining. But I also think you're absolutely right. It's the immediacy, it's the constancy of information coming in, of having to react all the time to everything that I think makes people more negative about. Yes.
We all feel it in a more visceral way.
Yes. We can't escape it. Even if you're trying to escape it, you're going to accidentally run into it.
So maybe if we could talk a little bit more about the media side. Kirby, you made the point earlier. I think it's $6 billion combined for Trump and Clinton in earned media. So sort of essentially free media coverage to the campaigns. My sense is I have a difficulty watching CNN, frankly, because after 10 minutes I need to take a shower, just because the level of just sort of vitriol is sort of problematic. But my sense is we're covering this campaign in a way that we haven't in the past. So this is sort of more in general. And yet, there's a survey that was reported nationally, and there's a piece in the Idaho Statesman just yesterday about the overall pessimism about the outcome of the election. Idaho's #1 in the country on the most pessimistic state about the outcome of the election. So there's a national study, I think around the country, 2/3 of people responded that they're pessimistic that the election will actually lead to any positive outcomes. Idaho was #1 as most pessimistic. So are these things correlated? Is the amount that we're watching and paying attention and the level of the discourse we're having nationally, you would hope that would cause more engagement, but it seems to be causing more pessimism.
Well, as the one representative of the media here, I'll offer my observation, which is, I don't know what the hell we're going to do about cable news and about national media coverage. I don't pretend to understand or want to defend it. But I'll tell you this, audience, that before I left my newsroom today, at the front of this Idaho Statesman newsroom, there is a real-time chart that tells us everything everybody is reading on our website, second by second. And you are not reading the deep explainers on the issues. You're reading about the kid arrested for starting a fire. You're reading about the student who died of a fatal hickey. You're reading about sex arrests and car crashes and amusement park fatalities. The really deep explainer on why we're pessimistic in Idaho was about number 12 or number 15 on our website. So you're getting what you ask for, news consumer. You're getting what you're paying for. And I think it's on all of us to try to remedy that. Let me offer one tiny glimpse of optimism. That when I was talking about the civic intelligence as a term, a better term maybe than just civility. Civic intelligence, as we think about it, one of those things needs to be how are you a smart consumer of media, of news, of social media? How do you learn to cut through the crap? How do you learn to make sure that you're being informed about other opinions besides the ones you agree with? It's understanding civics in a much deeper way than just when did we pass the Constitution and who was the 13th president, right? It's what do you do to make a difference? And one example I'll cite is both Trump, but even more so Bernie Sanders, really got young voters engaged in this state. They turned out in record numbers for the Democratic caucus. The Republican primary had a huge turnout. But when the next election came around, when the primary election for legislators came around, people didn't participate anywhere near that level. But if you think the system is rigged, or you think the establishment has too much power, or that money in politics needs to take a smaller role, the way to influence that and make a difference is not to vote for Bernie Sanders, it's to vote for your legislator, right? And so if people who really care about these issues don't engage at the level where they matter most, then we're not going to affect that change. So tiny glimmer of optimism in I guess I'm among the 2/3 that feel pessimistic about things these days. And I'm sorry, I'll quit filibustering.
What was the optimism?
that there is a way to help people get to a better place, and that's to be better consumers of news, and especially social media, and whatever that is, the combination of those two things that we're all experiencing now. It's not news, it's not entertainment, it's not social media, it's all of the above, right?
So if there's anything I would want you to take away from this, the one thing I've struggled with in political office, I'm new to, this is the first time I've ever been elected to a formal position of leadership, is I worked at university. I worked in university life for 27 years. And in university life and education, I became very used to presenting a notion, a thought, an idea, and trying to engage people to think about it critically and drawing them through the material so you can come up with your own thoughts and conclusions. That's not how this system works. It's been the sharpest learning curve for me, because people want to know immediately what you think and what you're going to vote for. And what I try to tell my constituents at the door, when I go door to door, I'm talking to them about voting for me. Of course, I want them to vote for me, but I'm also trying to educate them. I live in a district that's highly Democratic, and folks usually say, well, you don't have anything to worry about. I don't need to contribute to your campaign, and you're going to win. And you can never take that for granted, number one. And number two, I need to engage people in my district. I need to educate them about the importance of voting and what I'm doing. And if I would say, if I was voting for somebody, it wouldn't be about the issue. It would be, how thoughtful are you? Do you ask questions? Do you go on field trips to the agencies that interact with your committees? Do you do your research? Do you read? Do you listen to your constituents? How do you make your decisions? And I might ask about the core values I possess, but I feel boxed in all the time about, what do you want me to vote for? That's terrible. I try to resist that, and I'm in a pretty good place in my district that I can. And so even as I go door to door, I'll meet people. They'll want to know what party I'm from. And so we'll do the dance first. You know, I'm Melissa. I'm one of your state representatives. I'm a Democratic legislator. Is that good, bad, or ugly? And I either get a high five, like, yes, you got the right door, or I'll get people like, or I'll get some really, I've had some door slammed on my face because I'm not a Republican. Very rare, very rare. But most often than not, I get the polite, well, I mostly vote Republican, so I'm probably not going to vote for you. It's very polite and kind. I'm like, it's okay, you can admit it. You can talk about being Republican, it's all right. And then I talk about the two bills that I actually did pass, and they're both collaborative. They're both with Republicans. And the one I worked with the Goldwater Institute, which is a Republican think tank. And they flew somebody in to help testify with my bill. So it was like this, what? You worked with a Republican? Of course I did. So what I'm trying to role model, what I'm trying to do in this position of leadership is to demonstrate there are things that we all can work together on. There's some things that I just can't move on, like human rights. I just got to make sure that everybody gets a fair shot and we don't discriminate based on who you are. I can't budge on that. And I usually tell that to people and they're like, okay, that's good. But to me, the public, I would encourage you through that circular discussion there is to think about how you're electing people and the kind of thought processes we go through, our character, our integrity, instead of, just the issues, right? Because that, or the party, because that continues to, we all operate within a system of rewards and punishment, and it's hard not to do that. You get my drift on that? So think about, I would say just think about that. Consider that.
I was thinking about a book that came out right when the 24-hour news stations started to be on all the time. It's called The Power Game by a guy named Hendrick Smith, and he talked about Congress and the changes in Congress. And I'm not a congressional scholar, but he was describing how, first of all, that when people went to Congress, they moved to Washington, D.C. with their families. So the families would get to know each other, and that members of Congress would hang out with each other. There's like a basketball court in the basement of the office buildings, and Orrin Hatch from Utah, who's a very famous Republican senator, would play basketball with Ted Kennedy, the Democrat from Massachusetts. They can't agree on very many things at all, policy-wise, right? But they knew each other, and they used to play basketball together. They would have lunch together in the cafeteria. In other words, they had some kind of local relationship with each other so that they were able to talk about policy ideas. They knew each other's families. They knew each other as human beings. And the advent of the 24-hour news cycle and the easy way to fly home every week, most members of Congress fly back to their district weekly, it kind of takes away the opportunity for them to get to know each other as anything but the caricature you might see in a brief news snippet. And I think that, now, there's a good thing to be said about going home and being in front of the people who elect you all the time. You know, that's responsiveness to your electorate. I get that. But it also takes away your courage to deal with national issues. You know, we've got a debt problem as a country, right? Well, who wants to solve that? Nobody wants to be the one to solve it because they want to take care of the local issues because they're going to be in front of you every week telling you what they're doing for you as their district or their state. And it kind of takes away their courage to deal with the national level things. So, you know, you can't click your heels and go back to some time when everybody wasn't posting everything to social media and, you know, Twitter and everything like that. But there may be some way to construct the ability for these folks to know each other as human beings so that when you have a very difficult policy thing you're trying to resolve, you can pick up the phone or drop by an office and actually talk to another human being in person about a way that you might be able to solve that problem. My observation of politics that I see in Congress and to some extent here in Idaho is that nobody wants to do that anymore. That the incentive is not to do that because it's really easy to paint that as betraying your cause or your party if you even speak to the other side sometimes. So that's a destructive dynamic that I wish we could reverse.
Let me pick up on the media literacy piece, and especially the question that you should ask yourself when you see someone engaging in what you see as uncivil behavior, especially when it's broadcast, is to ask yourself what strategically are they going after, and why are they doing it? The first part of that is that it becomes a political strategy because it gains attention, and because it can get covered in certain venues and in certain ways. And so it's not just the case that this person is behaving irrationally, or that they're making crazy statements. They may be making crazy statements, but they're making them for a reason, and the reason is that it captures attention. And so if you think about it and you go through, well, why would a politician make uncivil statements and try to capture attention? Well, there's a large field, and they want to separate themselves from the field. So now there's an incentive in order to be distinct from these other people and make sure that you're getting the media attention and someone else is not. Well, why would an interest group or an activist group or why would they do something that seems like it's uncivil? Well, they would do it because they have an issue that they really care about and they feel like they're getting ignored. So how can they make sure they're not ignored anymore? Well, they do something that's outrageous or over the top, and they capture some level of attention. Probably my least favorite is when you're going, beat up on the 24/7 news channels here, but when you look at some of the commentators who come on again and again and again when you're watching the discussion of politics, oftentimes they're not bringing in the people who are the most informed or who are going to provide a nuanced view. They're not bringing in people who say, oh, well, it could be this or it could be this. They're bringing in folks who are going to say something way out there because, oh, that's great TV. And as someone who's been interviewed occasionally, You know, you've been in these conversations where they're trying to frame it. Would you say X? And I'm like, no, I would not say X. Actually, I would say this, and maybe X, but it's probably more likely Y. You're not going to get quoted when you give those types of answers. Simple, straightforward answers that are more outrageous are always more quotable, and that's part of what drives us towards incivil behavior.
So I'm going to ask one more question, and then we're going to start passing the mic. So if you, write down, think about a question you want to ask, we're going to get to that part in just a second. I just want to talk a little bit about how we transition from campaigning to governing. This campaign season to me is particularly ugly, but then you go back, Google Adams Jefferson, and you'll find campaign seasons that were probably equally personal and vitriolic, right? So I guess what's unique to me is I'm really concerned about the legitimacy of the election outcome. And you mentioned this in your presentation earlier. I go back to Al Gore's concession speech in 2000, John McCain's concession in 2008. I'm not imagining we're going to have that type of concession at the end of this election. And so I guess my question is how do we confer legitimacy on obviously the presidential election? How do we, elections are designed to confer legitimacy and maintain the stability of the political system. How do we do that in this environment this year in particular? Optimism.
I'll answer that question, but I am optimistic about a couple things. One, the reception that the City Club Civility campaign has received. It's been amazing, so that is encouraging. And the program that Dr. Custra and Corey and the rest of you are conducting here at Boise State, that's another little beacon of light that things may not be as desperate as the pessimists think. Legitimacy, I worry about that. Beginning in the 1990s, when Bill Clinton was attacked by the Republicans, as it wasn't just because they didn't like him, as he was not legitimate. And then we had Gore and Bush, and that election did not give the nation that sense that we had legitimacy. There was all this other furor around electing our president, and then it's really been magnified with President Obama, who the Senator McConnell famously said the goal of the Senate Republicans was going to be to make sure Obama didn't get reelected. So from the very beginning, he was treated as illegitimate, and he was even attacked for where he was born and where he grew up, and of course Donald Trump kind of parlayed the questions about his birth certificate into a political career. So I really worry about what happens after this election, whether our country can rally around whoever gets elected as legitimate leader, because we've seen a trend where the side that loses treats the elected official, the president, as illegitimate. And that is so corrosive, and it's so not keeping in the tradition of our country. So I do worry about that, and maybe the experts could offer a little more insight.
Go ahead, expert.
Yeah, I'm not overly optimistic, and I worry about how it plays out. I do think the part of it depends on us and our reaction. I know that by us, I don't mean us as individuals. I mean us collectively. So if we imagine what is likely to happen at this point, and Hillary Clinton is likely to be elected, and Donald Trump then says that the election is rigged, it depends on how we respond to that complaint. I would use 2000 actually too as maybe an example of where a candidate that was as contentious a post-election cycle as you can imagine, and at some point, so this is something to think about. Just imagine if Al Gore said, "This is rigged. They cheated me out of the presidency. This is not a legitimate government." He fought for the presidency all the way until the court decision. He fought all the way through the recount. So I'm not saying that he completely behaved honorably throughout all of this process, but when the decision was made, he did the right thing. And he said, I'm going to respect the decision of the court, and I'm going to respect the election outcome. Now imagine in that situation, if you have someone who says, I'm not going to respect the outcome, this is not legitimate, I am the legitimate president, where are we as a country? And I don't know. So what you would hope is that if, let's say, if Hillary Clinton wins, that and if Trump says that the election is rigged, that enough people say, we're not going to play that game anymore. We're going to stop it right here, and we're going to let Hillary Clinton be the president for the next 4 years, even if we don't like it, because that's the point of legitimacy. Agreeing with decisions is fair even when we don't like them. And we're going to go along for 4 years. And maybe we're not going to play that nicely with her on the policy side, but we are ultimately going to be back in 2020 better and stronger, and that's going to be our focal point. So hopefully any talk of rigged will be rejected unless, you know, it is rigged. We have hackers out there. We have electronic voting.
Well, there are countries where they don't settle it at the ballot box, right? And I think that's a horrible alternative to think about. When you say the election is rigged, that person's not legitimately the president, then what are we inviting? Shall the generals take over? You know, should we have a coup and have the military take over because the election wasn't legitimate? Or do we take to the streets with, you know, Molotov cocktails? And, you know, that to me is unbearable. That should not happen. I hope that if the candidate who is not successful at the election claims it's an illegitimate election, that's not what happens. Because I think you're inviting a whole can of whoop-ass you didn't mean to. You know, that's more than just, I don't like the candidate. That destabilizes everything, right? And, you know, this is a principles before personalities kind of thing for me. Like, you know, if you lose, you lose. You run again in 4 years, or you finance the person you want to run in 4 years. But the system itself needs to endure. And I think to me, that's the message of a constitutional regime. We have something that's bigger than the personalities that are running for the office. Otherwise, let's just give all the power away to any charismatic leader that comes along. That's not how we meant to create this government, and I would hate to see that be lost in a claim about an illegitimate election. That's just my personal opinion.
I just have a couple points. Number one, I think what is interesting, we've done polling in the state of Idaho, and what we have discovered in the polling, we've asked a number of questions, but one of the things is that the population in our state is tolerant of Republicans being mean to Democrats, like negative campaigning material against Democrats, whereas the population is not receptive to Democrats being mean or truthful about the Republicans. Kid you not. So we have discussions about, well, how do we, you know, talk about differences or some things because we're seen as mean, and the population doesn't respond well to that. I think that's really intriguing, because I've had some of my Republican colleagues admit publicly at panels like this that, yeah, we're just mean, which is fascinating to me. Good, bad, or ugly, it's just fascinating. The other thing I want to say about this election is, as Dr. Witt was just speaking, my stomach turned. About the notion of like the possibility. And then, so as an educator, I asked some questions. With the Gore election and the final legitimacy given, what are the differences in the population who supported Gore and who support Trump? And who are these people that support Trump? When we talk about the American population, I really want us to talk about specifically which people we're talking about sometimes. Because I've said to Bill Manny and the reporters here that sometimes they'll say, lawmakers today made a decision to do X, Y, Z in Idaho. And I'm like, I didn't make that decision. I'm a lawmaker. Which lawmakers made the decision? Let's be clear. Let's be truthful and clear. Because sometimes it puts me in a position where I didn't make that decision. Please don't identify me that. So I think, again, what are the distinctions between the populations right now that support Trump, who supported Gore? What is, and to me, I think about, the last thing I think about is how race and gender, in particular, maybe sexual orientation, intersect together in this culture, and that there is no getting around that Secretary Clinton is a woman, and we live in a sexist culture. And even my sensitive Democratic friends who say they're very open and accepting of women and people of color and people who are gay and lesbian have made pretty sexist comments. There is no way to get around the role that gender is playing in this race as race did with President Obama. And when we talk about legitimacy, I am afraid. Because I've been in that group that has been disenfranchised based on my sex and gender for years. So I operate differently because of that. I haven't had an experience of entitlement other than my race. So my opposition is different versus, in my opinion, the opposition I see in support of Trump. They're mostly white faces. They're mostly male middle class faces. They're mostly straight faces. And they're folks who have felt entitled or are told they should be entitled but don't feel entitled. And when you have that mixture, I will act in a certain way that I have never doubted I would act. So I do think that race and gender and other factors, social factors, are impacting how this is all going to go and how we're viewing these candidates. And the one candidate has called women pigs. I mean, among other racial epithets and so forth. But to me, right there, I feel terrible. I'm a pig? I'm a human being. And that makes me alert and aware and scared about the population that is supporting him. That if that's how we feel about women, just that one example. So I'll quit.
All right, with that, questions from all of you?
And in most nations, they have more political parties. So if we included the other parties and made this a multi-party system, would the discourse become civilized because there's more opinions?
We're passing the microphones to the political scientists.
Oh, possibly, but I wouldn't bet on it. That's the quick answer. The more detailed answer is that what happens, one of the reasons that we have two political parties is our system is set up in a winner-take-all system, so that once a party tends to gain enough support, the other parties try to co-opt it. So if you go back to 1992, Ross Perot ran pretty successfully as an independent candidate. After he ran from 92 to 96, both political parties were trying to figure out who are the Perot voters and how do we get them into our camp. And that tends to happen pretty regularly in American politics, and it makes it harder for these third parties and fourth parties to develop. And Perot, remember, like in 1992, he got 19% of the vote. He had nothing to show for it afterwards, right? He had no seats in the Congress. He had nothing. And so these other systems are set up in different ways in order to encourage third parties and get them more engaged in the process so that they can have greater success. It's not clear that those systems are always, sometimes they're more civil, sometimes they're not. And so the incentive of trying to distinguish yourself, so if you look at Great Britain, if you look at France, if you look across a number of industrial democracies right now, you have these hard right parties that are out there that are kind of scary. And they are able to win seats, and they're able to be in parliament, and so it's just not clear. I mean, I could see it. You can make an argument either way that it would allow people the expression that they need, and it would help civility. But I think there's a danger that it also would encourage the growth of parties that are even more uncivil and give them voice in an organized presence more so than they have today.
Yeah, I would just say I think there's a distinction between civility and being represented. And I do think that some kind of proportional representation would give the minor parties a seat at the table and possibly the chance to be heard or to broker more power because they're needed to make a majority, for example. But I don't know that necessarily translates into civility. They might be slightly different things.
This is a question for Mr. Manny. In an ever-increasing digital age, do politically charged reader comments undermine the political civility and then therefore the journalistic integrity of online news stories, if for nothing else, the fact that they appear on the same page? Softball.
You know, online commenting is really controversial, even in newsrooms. I mean, if you ask most of the reporters in our newsroom, they would like to do away with it. I think they can be super corrosive. Many newspapers have gone to systems like ours now, which is via Facebook, so you have to register. Try to get rid of the anonymity. Right? When people are anonymous, they tend to be more vitriolic, more uncivil. But you know what? Even requiring people to put their name and their face behind it has not gotten rid of a lot of the really bad commenting out there. A couple things. One, you know, like letters to the editor before, and like commenting today, I think that in some ways it's a pressure relief valve for society, right? If there wasn't a place for people who feel that way to express themselves, I'm not sure we would be any better off in our political discussion, as nasty and as ugly as it gets. I mean, we'll have a car crash and some 17-year-old driver will die and people will be attacking that person. I mean, so it's hard to defend. It's hard to defend the really harsh things people will do or say online. But in some ways, I think it's a safety valve for society. I think if it wasn't happening at our website or on our stories, it would be happening somewhere else in some other venue. The last thing I'll say is regulating those is really, really difficult. It's time consuming. And the courts have held that if you do any kind of mediation or regulation, you are then more liable for potential libel and slander than if it's a free-for-all, then you are not kind of condoning or endorsing what people say. So very controversial. I think it's very corrosive. But I do think in some ways it provides some kind of pressure relief valve for society.
All right, other questions?
Corey, we had a question up here for our political scientists. We talk about uncivil behavior, but sometimes civil disobedience, the very definition of uncivil, becomes either the most successful or the only recourse for people who are disempowered. And the classic example are blacks in the South in the 50s and 60s. We only got civil rights by what was really civil behavior, but civil disobedience. And I would be curious, and I think Representative Wintrow too, about where's that line drawn, and how do academics view civil disobedience in this conversation?
Well, I'm a big believer that if you're going to undertake civil disobedience, that you have to be willing to accept the consequences of that. The difference between just breaking the law randomly and being civilly disobedient is openness about your actions and willingness to take the consequences. And I'm taking that from, those are some of the things that Martin Luther King pointed out in his letter from a Birmingham jail about what it takes to be civilly disobedient. Otherwise, you're just sort of, breaking the law, creating havoc, whatever you want to call that. Because you're trying to draw attention and shed light on some statute or practice that you believe is fundamentally wrong on either a moral or a legal or some basis ethical basis that you want to make a claim. So when the protesters wanted to demonstrate that the Jim Crow laws in the American South were morally empty, that they violated our sense of human rights, you had to go ahead and break those laws with a willingness to be punished for breaking the laws in the hopes that it would bring light to the unfairness of those things. So the difference there is, I think, the transparency and the willingness to accept responsibility for your actions. In civility, like calling someone racial epithets or something like that on an anonymous comment board, to me is just cowardice, and it has nothing to do with civil disobedience or anything like that. You know, that's just being a jerk. Breaking the law because you want to bring attention to it, and being willing to accept the consequences, to me is not uncivil. That's a different thing.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the key is whether the action is designed to protect individual rights or group rights, to demand some level of equal treatment, and done so in the context of you can engage in civil disobedience without being uncivil, and versus what is more clearly name calling, attacking others, as a strategy to tear someone else down as opposed to demand fair and equal treatment of yourself.
All right, other questions?
I heard a little talk about media literacy, and you're speaking my language because I'm a media professor and that's my area of research. So, but I'm curious, in the field of study that looks at media literacy, there's a lot of debate about what that should entail exactly. And so I wonder if you'd talk a little about a little more about what you think media literacy should look like. What should people know about media to, be able to do all the things that you want them to do? There's a lot of talk about selective exposure, like understanding echo chambers and filter bubbles. That's obviously a good start, but what else would that look like to you?
Well, I'm the one who used that term, and I'm the last one who's going to try to define it. If all we do is ask people to take a citizenship test, right, and then our education system is not preparing people to be discriminating. There's a big movement in education right now about how to go from just learning facts to being smart about learning, and I think we need to apply the same to the media. And I don't have a panacea. I'm not an expert. I just know that all of us, we rely on the same handful of channels day after day, and we're not exposing ourselves to the broad marketplace of ideas that we need to be exposed to in order to be really smart consumers. And I don't know what the recipe is. I'm interested, Seth, in how you're going to get us there.
Yeah, when I think about it, I think primarily in terms of understanding how stories are constructed, so that you understand the news that you're seeing as a construction and as a creation. So I'll give the example of when people charge media bias, it almost always just sort of makes me, what do you mean by bias? Well, oftentimes it's because you don't think the stories you think are important are being covered, or you think the stories you think are being covered unfairly, but without taking a step back and saying, all right, now, how is the journalist, how is the reporter, how are they creating the story? What are they thinking about when they're developing the story? Who are they talking to? Look at the sources in terms of who did they go to when they decided that this story was important. Oftentimes it's official government sources, or they're going to this side and that side, and so that people can think really about what the news is telling them, given the nature of the story and how it's constructed. But also, why did that story appear in the first place? So there are stories that are event-based, and we know that they're going to be covered because something happened and you have to write about it. But then there are stories that particular individuals or groups are pushing. So who's pushing the story? Why are they pushing the story? What are they trying to get at it? How are they responding when these people are pushing the story? What makes it interesting or not interesting to them? And understanding that context in which news is created, so that you can be a critical news consumer and not, I think one of my concerns with when people talk about media bias is there's this tendency to go, oh, it's all bias, so it doesn't matter, which is not true, or to say, oh, it's absolutely true because look, I read it in the news. And there's a level in between that where we understand that the people who are putting together the stories are humans. They're trying to give a fair reflection of the truth. Now, where do the biases come out that are actually really meaningful biases versus our sort of, knee-jerk reaction to stories we don't like?
Yeah, I want to ask a question. I get to ask a bunch of questions in an hour, but I'm going to take this time too. So you guys brought up I guess it was that Trump talking to my Second Amendment people thing that got everybody so nervous. Recently I came across this from 1824. Somebody said, if trickery and corruption make the pretensions of Adams prevail, well, then our bayonets will do justice. That was was he the fourth president? So that was Jackson's folks. Maybe the difference is they didn't do it. And we don't really, so maybe we've been to this point before. We've not been to where we maybe fear we're going next. We've been talking a lot about how do we begin to unpack what this election really means to folks who have maybe not voted before, or this is their first or second presidential election. I think it's important for those of us who maybe we've voted in a few more than that over the years. But if you could just talk a little bit about, from that perspective, how much of this is something we go through as a country? How much is truly a unique place? I just want to know, kind of from all of your perspectives, what are we really facing here? Is it something wildly different, or is it something that we've just faced in slightly different ways over time? And how can we start to unpack what we're experiencing? 1 minute. I think you have 1 minute left in your panel.
10 seconds. I'll go first quickly. I referenced the '60s, and Watergate and assassinations and the impeachment of President Clinton. We've always been polar. We've always seen polarization. I think what's different today is the media megaphone, and I was really taken by what he said earlier about the way some candidates succeed by being more outrageous, and that to me is what's different this time. Is somehow the being outrageous has become the way to be successful, and that's what's different to me. And I do worry about the legitimacy because this election does feel different. On the other hand, I think we can all get way over angsty and think that because we are living through this, it's different and completely out of the ordinary, and I'm not sure that's the case.
I worry about it primarily because of the changes in the media system, and I think about it in terms of sort of crowd theory and the understanding of sociologists that when you're in a crowd, you sometimes do things that you wouldn't do when you're by yourself, and that the crowd takes on a life of its own, and so people engage in rioting or really bad behavior because the crowd is going, and they're a part of it. And I think my concern is that social media, in this sort of constant buzz that goes around and the constant negativity that goes around in terms of all these different, creates almost a crowd type of environment where we're all outraged and something must be done, and I worry that could lead to action. But I think a lot of it is very similar to things we've seen before. Certainly the negativity is not new. Certainly the name calling is not new, or the mudslinging. But the potential for that to move into some other realm is what scares me.
I'm just going to go quickly and say something really hopeful. I'm excited by this election. I cried when I saw the first female nominee by a party. And to think that I would ever see that day. I'm excited if Hillary Clinton is elected as president. And so I'm really hopeful by the election. I'm troubled by the racist, sexist, homophobic comments coming from certain people, but I'm really excited about this election. So there's a little hope.
All right, so not hope, yeah. And that's the last word, right? So we're going to take a break till 1:30 for the next session. Just before everybody goes, real quick thank yous. First, Obviously, thanks to each of you for being here. I think this is an important conversation to have, and we hope that it will extend beyond this room. I want to thank Professors Jill Gill and Justin Vaughn, who played a huge role in making today happen. But in this whole series, this Patriotic Choices series, the film series, the debate watches, the election watches, the difficult dialogue series, this is their work, and so I'm grateful to the two of them. President Custer just left. He has been supportive of this initiative. This actually was a response to his challenge that the university take this on during this year, and so we're grateful to him. And lastly, I'd like to thank our four phenomenal panelists for spending time with us, taking time out of their day, or literally flying here and taking time out of your week to be here. Again, we're grateful for your participation and for spending the time with us. So with that, thank you, and we will reconvene at 1:30.
Thanks for all your wisdom.
Nice to meet you, Kirby. Thanks for coming. Nice to meet you. Phil, good to see you.
See, I'm trouble though. Oh yeah, I hope I wasn't too yoked. I was like, I'm never inviting her again.
Oh, you're kidding me? That was phenomenal. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That was good.
This is my pleasure.
No, it's exactly what I was hoping you were saying. So.
I mean, like, I think this election, like, there's a woman that's running for office. Like, I'm excited. I know, but you know what? Again, I think there's a lot about gender different. There's just no getting around that.
morning. I'm with the Arbiter. I'm the news editor.
Brian Calfano, nice to meet
Hi,
you.
nice to meet you also. Would you be comfortable if I had a tape recorder up here?
It's fine.
Okay, thank you so
I'm
much.
more worried about the lack of power to the laptop.
What happened?
Oh,
I don't know, it went out.
Oh, I think it might just like go out.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
This better not happen when I'm in the middle of my talk, or I'm leaving. It's also my rider. Any technical deficiency or whatever glitch with the
I wonder if the battery
presentation.
died.
It's plugged in though,
Oh,
isn't it?
the battery
Oh,
is
it's
low.
Well, isn't it plugged in? Yeah.
Where's Valerie? Oh, I'm gonna get Valerie.
It's definitely plugged in.
Yes. Warning, battery is low. Oh, did her...
Sorry, I can remember. I'm good.
They need something else to look at.
I just. That's why you're gonna stand here next to me. Yeah, I'm gonna go home and work on my website after this.
We can't.
There's no content.
So, I'm gonna throw this idea out to you guys, and whatever you say is fine. It just means it would just change how long we can stay at this restaurant. But I have to be back on campus by like 6.
Right.
But we're.
I'm gonna go
Skyping
ask the
for
AD.
about an hour and a half with Lonnie Chen, who is Mitt Romney's policy director, and who's now somewhere out of some think tank in California. I don't know if you guys are interested in observing that, or if you'd rather just have an hour and a half or so. off at your-
Happy to
at your
do
hotel.
whatever. Yeah.
I mean, whatever you guys prefer.
Because then we'll go after your Skype. Is that the idea?
Yeah, and then we just go there.
Sounds good. So is this thing back and up and running?
I don't know. I don't.
Where'd she go?
Where she went? She said she was gonna go ask the tech guy something, but I don't know where where the tech guy hangs out. You know?
Yeah.
I don't see her. Oh, there she is. There he is. So I'm gonna introduce you.
All right.
And
Do you want me to sit down when you do it?
you can just hover. Whatever. Whatever feels
Stare.
comfortable.
Stare longingly.
So is it just a being plugged in issue? But okay. Is there a place to plug in? Thank you.
You're welcome. Hopefully that... Sorry about this.
Oh, that's okay. Just less time I have to talk, so it's
Exactly. My computer doesn't hold, my home computer won't hold a charge at all, so it's like every time this even just gets wiggled loose, it just like dies.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I need to get a new battery for...
For this computer?
Oh, okay. Oh, wait, no. It's still got the X.
Is it charging?
No.
Oh, he's back there.
No, this one, the battery, I mean, it was fully charged this morning. I guess maybe it just hasn't been.
Well, and probably somebody got maybe pulled out the cord and it was on battery power for a little bit. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. Oh wait. Oh, we need to be able to see if it's charging, right? How do you tell?
I think the X will go away. I think.
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
Maybe it'll have like a.
That's okay. So he's got it. You don't have to keep it. Thank you. So, what have you been up to?
Well, don't say anything. But Val had it memo.
Did it go well or bad?
Well, they found
And so they gotta do what are they gonna do?
whatever the next step.
Do they like just take the whole thing off, or they?
Oh no, they're still trying to figure it. It's even better. They're still trying to figure out what the hell it is. I mean, it's possible. Probability it's not. But there's one and they're in different locations. And whatever they were scanning her for her existing kids, she thought that they were doing everything.
Right.
Apparently they weren't. She hasn't had a mammogram since 2004.
So when did she find this out?
Like this morning.
Oh, good. So you been able to talk to her?
Yeah. It's kind of distracting me.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty. I mean, the thing of it is that okay. So what if it is? Fuck, I always teach her.
Yeah, everybody wins.
But the other thing is that this is just something that lots of people get just deal with. And I'm encouraged by the fact that because they've been looking at the system consistently with other types of it probably has a that's always the case. So they've been looking at the rest of the pot. Yeah. Right. And they haven't seen anything else.
Right.
Hi, would you mind if I record your call?
No, not at all.
Okay, so if I could put my recorder
Sure. I'll try to be loud enough so. I guess the mic's so we could. Thanks, man.
So just like put it.
I mean, there's one right here.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's good.
Okay. So should I just turn it on now, or
Yeah.
should I wait till you start?
No, go ahead. Turn it on.
Okay.
So does this mic work?
Yes.
So anyway, so that's what we kind of. Wow. It's just such a distraction.
It's good
can't
you took the morning though, because otherwise you would have been here, right? And she wanted to talk about it.
Yeah. Well, and so she goes in, I think, tomorrow for a more invasive thing.
Oh. All right, I'm gonna introduce you. We're gonna show
on that note.
Best things. Good luck. Don't lose your train of thought.
That's right.
Good afternoon. Thank you for attending. We've had a great session so far today, and it's good to see some new faces in the room. Thank you to your professors for requiring you to come here. And make sure you get some cookies before you leave. There are some in the back. I am really happy to introduce Dr. Brian Calfano from the University of Cincinnati. He is uniquely situated to talk about the things that we're going to be talking about this afternoon. He's a political scientist, and but who has, through kind of personal interest and research interest and experience, become involved directly in the production of news media, and today works both in the political science department and the journalism school at the University of Cincinnati. Brian is an accomplished scholar. He has published widely. Brian's also a good friend of mine, and we met when we were both finishing up our PhDs, and since then his career has dramatically eclipsed my own. And so there's some degree of animosity inside. I feel very uncivil at times towards Brian. But in the course of his very productive career, he has published numerous books and articles, and has been recently working on this idea of solutions journalism and approaching it from a really, really kind of unique and thoughtful perspective. And so I'm as excited as you are to hear about what he has to say. So, Brian Calfano.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, and as Dr. Vaughn said, I am Brian Calfano from the University of Cincinnati. I am very happy to be here. It's actually my second trip to Boise State, so that means I get 2 of the blue turf gifts that they give out, and I'm very excited about that. I still have the original one in my office at Cincinnati. Dr. Vaughn and Dr. Gill have been very kind to me in having me out here. I love the weather that you all have, and I wish I could stay. Unfortunately, it's back to the grind, and of course we have a presidential election and all these other sort of things to deal with. But what I want to talk about today, for the brief time that we have, are really my experiences as a political scientist and also someone who is involved in news media. I am a political reporter and producer for Nexstar Broadcasting Group, which you may not know or ever heard the name Nexstar, but it is now the largest of the affiliated or affiliate-based media companies that deal with TV broadcasting. It's merging with another company called Media General, and it will end up having about 150 or so affiliates around the country, and I happen to be based at one of their affiliate hubs in Springfield, Missouri. So I'm based a little bit in Missouri, I work in Cincinnati, and I do some work in Los Angeles as well. So I'm kind of all over the place, which is fun in terms of figuring out what time zone you're in and calling people and trying to remember where you are. But it's very exhilarating work. And I present to you kind of my ideas today, not as, oh, I'm an expert and I do all this great work and I know stuff and learn from my wisdom, but really I'm approaching this talk as someone who is in the middle of trying to figure something out. And what I'm trying to figure out is how we can take the work that we do as scholars, as teachers, as journalists, as informers for the public, and do it in a way that is meaningful and that provides value and insight for our constituents. So what I'm going to lay out for you today really is a combination of my interests, my experiences, and something known as solutions journalism, which is what you see here on the screen. Solutions journalism, though, is not my creation. I want to be very clear about that from the very beginning. There's something known as the Solutions Journalism Network that is very popular, in fact, growing in popularity around the country. They have their own website and their own products, if you will, their own intellectual ideas that they put out there about how journalists can do a better job with reporting political news especially. And we'll talk about that today. But just keep in mind that a lot of this is definitely a work in progress. So if something I say to you kind of doesn't ring true to your own experiences, whether it be in the classroom or as a practitioner, that's fine. That's fine. Because as I said, this is a lot of ways it's very new to me as well. So at any rate, the topic for this talk, and there's actually 2 different titles. One in the program has it's known as Show Me Solutions, which is kind of cool because if you know anything about Missouri, it's called the Show Me State. That's the nickname for it. And since I'm based out of Missouri, I thought it'd be kind of like alliterative to talk about Show Me Solutions. But then for some reason, this really boring academic-sounding title slipped into my PowerPoint when I was making it. And as you see up there, it's called Civil Solutions, addressing social and political ills through a solutions journalism approach. Either way, we're talking about the same thing. So with your kind attention and indulgence, I'll begin, and I'll start by talking a little bit about what journalism is. And this may be a review for a lot of you, but I think it's always good to kind of set the table from a topical standpoint. And what do we want to do as journalists? Why do we get involved in this work? Even if you're not a full-time journalist, and I'm not, but I do journalism, and I do it for a major company, why do we want to do this? And a lot of people, if they're asked, they'll say, we want to make a difference in the world. It's sort of the kumbaya answer, right? I want to do something for the people. I want to do something for my community. All these sort of things. Our communities have issues. They have problems. They have concerns that need to be addressed. Some of these are systemic, and they're deeply rooted. And so becoming a journalist, becoming a communicator of ideas, or representing the world to the public is something that's very important because it can help reveal problems. It can also, of course, give voice to the voiceless, which is just so important, particularly in our disadvantaged communities and in areas where there's not the same degree of access to resources or education or opportunity. And of course, who doesn't want to expose the bad guys, right? I mean, that's kind of also the fun thing, especially if you get to be on an investigative team, when you're going out and looking for corruption in the halls of government and all that sort of thing. These are really cool ways in which people can use journalism to feel as though they're making a difference and to truly make a difference in many ways. And of course, given the topic of our symposium today, we want to get involved in journalism. We want to produce good journalism so that we can inform, elevate the discussion among the public, and encourage civility, right? I mean, that's going to be a recurring theme throughout this talk. But civility, you know, it's sort of like, why do we have to talk about civility? Civility's long dead, right? In fact, you can only find it now in the Smithsonian Institute, because it is something that was allegedly from a long time ago in a period that was far, far away, right? And now there is no civility. We end up having name-calling going on, and we don't have any type of trust. If you were here for the last panel, you realize that we're talking a lot about affective polarization. People just don't like each other if they represent different parties or different ideas and all these sorts of things. Today, unfortunately, journalism can contribute to incivility, depending on how it is approached, depending on what is in the journalistic content. And journalism can foster a series of not so savory outcomes. And this is just a quick list, but demonization of your opponents, right? Demonization of those with a different point of view. Polarization, especially affective polarization, where you find the other side, so to speak, just repugnant. Partisan misperceptions, intentionally misrepresenting what someone's arguing or someone's saying, or ascribing all kinds of ulterior motives to what they're talking about. Motivated reasoning, right? You want to get rid of that cognitive dissonance, so you engage in all kinds of mental gymnastics to do so. Selective exposure. We're only going to look at certain sources of information that won't challenge our pre-existing ideas and how we want the world to work. The idea of a backfire effect. Trying to correct incorrect information can actually make people holding on to the false information more committed to that false information, which is crazy. But a lot of times that's what happens, and a lot of it can be attributed to journalism. And then confirmation or disconfirmation bias. These are all things that you probably have heard about in your classes or you've experienced in your own life. And these are problems with how we go about conducting our business as journalists and as educators. But one of the things that was talked about earlier today, and I think should be brought up to our discussion area here, is is there a lack of political civility that is truly unprecedented in 2016? You know, it's never been so bad, right? I mean, this is just the worst. Donald Trump is just a jerk. Hillary Clinton, I mean, she's the worst candidate ever. Whatever your position on this is, right? And we've reached a new low. And that would be the argument, right? But I think we need to be careful because as one of our greatest presidents said, quote, there's nothing new in the world except the history you don't know, right? So I want to put this into context. We really want to be careful here when we talk about civility and incivility and not lose sight of the fact that, yeah, things have been bad in the past. But I think at the same time, we should also acknowledge that they are kind of bad in 2016. I mean, it is important to have this discussion, right? It's important not to just say, oh, it's always kind of bad around this time. Every 4 years, you end up having these campaigns and everyone gets all whipped up into a frenzy and everyone calls names and that sort of thing. But after a while, it recedes and we worry about the Super Bowl or whatever else we got to figure out, college football coming up and, really important things, right? I mean, I don't think it's quite that cyclical. I think there is something about what's been going on in the country over the last several election cycles that requires us to take note. But keep in mind, a lot of these trends may not be that new in American or world history. So the core piece of the title of my talk and what I want to discuss today deals with solutions journalism. How many of you, just show of hands, how many of you heard of solutions journalism before? One, maybe two-ish, maybe 1.5, 3 people, something like that. And that's totally fine. Up until a few months ago, I really had no idea what it was either. I was just sitting there being a talking head, part of the problem. What do you think, Dr. Calfado, about the election? And, you try to say something really profound like, the one who gets the most votes is going to win, kind of thing. And, thank you for that analysis, very insightful, that sort of thing. But I mean, that tends to be kind of the mean level of insight a lot of times offered by the so-called talking heads. But when I had a chance to actually become more of a reporter, rather than just someone who is sort of commenting on things and trying to look like, I know what's going on since I'm an academic and I should just have all these answers at my fingertips, I stumbled on this idea of solutions journalism, which is to not just focus on the salaciousness of the problems that are out there. I mean, you've heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads, right? Now, my colleagues in print media, they probably roll their eyes and say, oh yeah, well that's fine for TV, but I'm in TV, right? And a lot of people watch TV. They don't read the newspapers as much. Even though TV news has been a bit on the decline, and even though the demographics still skew older, TV is a very powerful medium. There's a lot of advantages to being in TV news. There's a lot of things TV news, and local TV news especially, can do that sometimes newspapers or longer form media formats can't. I think you need a balance, obviously. I'm not saying, favor one over the other, but my experiences are TV based. And so when I'm thinking about what to do for a story, and I'm speaking here specifically about political stories, right? I think, so I'm just going to get out there and do a stand-up and talk about, somebody yelled at this person today, and the Republican called the Democrat a name, and Trump is up 2 points in the latest national poll, and that's about it. Back to you. Is that it? Unfortunately, a lot of times that's what you see. Right? I mean, this is not something I think I'm telling you that's a profound statement. It really is chronic in our newsrooms. Cable news especially kind of favors an approach, and this last panel talked a little bit about it, where we get people on there who are just going to argue, and they're going to yell at each other maybe, and they'll say some things that are kind of pithy, and then that'll be the end of the segment, and they move on to the next. And it's an economically feasible and actually very rewarding type of model, right? But it's not serving the public interest. And I think where we as TV journalists, and journalists in general, can really try to make a contribution to the question of civility and encouraging civility is to approach at least some of our stories. Doesn't have to be every single one. Sometimes if there's a house burning down, you don't want to talk about what's the solution to this house fire. I mean, it should be patently obvious, right? I mean, get the fire department to put the thing out. So it's not necessarily just coming up with this long, drawn-out, formulaic type of story and investigation. Sometimes you actually just have to use breaking news procedures and cover breaking news. But if you're trying to help the public make an informed decision, you're trying to help the public understand policy options that are put forward to them, talking about the who and the what of a problem, and also discussing the how of approaches to solving it, which is the crux of solutions journalism, I think has a lot to offer, not just in terms of elevating our journalism in this country, but also in encouraging civility bit by bit, right? Because what we're doing is we're changing the frame from how TV news tends to approach very controversial subjects from this adversarial model that you see pioneered by Fox News and MSNBC and to some extent CNN, although they're still kind of very boring to watch in many ways. They haven't quite gotten the hang of the tension of the panel. But the point is that there's still many ways that I think we can reform the journalistic practice when it comes to political stories to elevate civility, and I think solutions journalism is the path to doing so. But again, it's not the most scintillating way to storytell. And your news directors and your station managers and those folks, your editors, if you're in a newspaper, they say, no, we need to make it more exciting. This is not something that is meant to be a talk at the public library at 5 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. We have to grab them, right? We've got competition breathing down our throats. We got the ratings book coming out. We have to make sure that we keep our ratings up. Revenue's driven by that, of course, in our media markets. So forget it. You're not going to be able to do something that's long and boring, PBS style, and that's understandable. But I say but tough because there's got to be a better way than what's going on now. And I'm not saying here's the solution and giving it to you in a little present and just take it with you and use it now. I'm saying through the practice of trying to produce solutions journalism stories, I think we get closer to what good journalism, and again, TV is my touchstone here, but good journalism, TV or otherwise, can be. And through the process of doing solutions-based journalism, we can improve the discussion to make it more civil. So that is my thought process behind that. And it'll be up to you guys to figure out a way to make facts and analysis, program evaluation, in other words, compelling. Because when we talk about solutions journalism in a political context, we really aren't going to talk too much about the horse race, which gets a lot of attention. I mean, how many times have you seen stories lead with the latest national poll says X? Right? And by the way, those national polls, forget them. I mean, they're just, it's ridiculous. But this is what the media wants to focus on because it drives tension and it drives attention. The problem is that it's not helping anybody understand the policies that are enacted and figuring out how effective those policies may or may not be. So you're looking at the totally wrong thing in a democracy where you're trying to have informed citizens decide which group of officials they want to have elect to actually enact change that benefits them and benefits their families and benefits the country ultimately. We have to figure out a way to make it compelling. It's not going to be a discourse that you'd read in a philosophy seminar. But by the same token, we just cannot continue on with the current model. Solutions journalism, my friends, is good journalism that impacts and engages audiences. I think it can be done. Now, how do you tell a solutions journalism story? Again, most of you have not heard of the term. So what would be in a solutions journalism story if you're looking for one or you're trying to produce one? Well, there are several questions, and not every solutions journalism story is going to include an answer of yes to these questions, but these are things to think about. And this is from the Solutions Journalism Network that's out there, and they do a lot of good work online. You can actually join their group, and they'll send you all kinds of emails and other types of things to help you support your journalistic endeavors. So it's a growing community of journalists, basically. And this is information that they put out to say, look, if you're producing or you're pursuing solutions journalism, here's what you should look at. Here are the main questions. First, does the story explain the causes of a problem, or at least attempt to explain the causes? Does the story present an associated response? In other words, what is the attempt to address this problem? Here's where it gets interesting. Are the how-to details provided in the story? It's one thing to say, here's the problem, and the government's doing stuff, and then move on to the next story, right? Or move on to the conclusion or something else. But in a solutions journalism model, you really want to talk about the work. You want to talk about the nitty-gritty. Because this is what goes into informing the public. And again, related to the nitty-gritty and showing the how-to, is the problem-solving approach central to the story. The focus in the solutions journalism story, as I'll say several times today, is really on the work. The work is the main character in the story. It's not necessarily just a person and their experiences. You want to have a central character to the story, but if you're going to have characters that are people that you're talking about and you're highlighting their experiences, say here in Boise, you want to not just talk about their problems, you want to talk about what people are doing in your story to address that problem. Evidence of results. A solutions journalism story is going to talk about evidence. And a little bit later on, I'll kind of try to get a little deeper in terms of what that looks like and what that might mean. Because what some people think constitutes evidence of an effect or something may be vastly different from what other people think. But in a solutions journalism story, there will be at least some attempt to talk about evidence or results. And in tandem with that, a journalism piece that focuses on solutions will also discuss response limitations. Right? Now you're saying, there's just no way anybody's going to care about this. Well, I respectfully and civilly disagree. Right? I think there are ways to do this, and it's just a matter of exploring the possibilities. Especially if you frame the story from something that's teachable. Say, look, everybody can benefit from this lesson, from this insight. Or a large group of people in the community can benefit and have benefited from this insight. Another really interesting part about focusing on solutions in a journalism piece, it really deals with the people you talk to in the story. I mean, a lot of times I'll get a call, or other colleagues of mine will get a call from some media outlet, and they want to just talk very generally about, what's going on with Trump. What's happening here with the evangelicals supporting Trump? What is that about? And that's fine. I do research in that area to a certain extent. I can kind of talk about that, but wouldn't it be more interesting to talk to evangelicals? Right? And some of the pieces do that. But I mean, the example there is if you're talking about solutions, you're talking about local policy, you're talking about ways in which you're making journalism better. You don't just want to talk to the person who wrote the national bestseller for your piece, right? You really want to talk to local folks. The ones who are going to be doing the work in your story. Remember, your story's main character is the work. You can attach people to doing that work, but the main character is the work. Now, here's what solutions journalism is not, just to dispel any sense that, oh yeah, I kind of have seen this stuff before. Maybe, maybe not. Solutions journalism is not hero worship, okay? The local celebrity handing out snow cones to kids on a street corner because it's a hot day, and extolling the virtues of that individual and what a nice person that's not solutions journalism. That's a puff piece. That may be really important to talk about, and on a slow news day, you might give it like 2.5 minutes for a TV story, but it is not solutions journalism. Solutions journalism is not a silver bullet. It's not saying, scientists have found this great breakthrough, and all you got to do is take this pill and you'll live to 150. Proven. Right? Not solutions journalism. Neither is solutions journalism PR for the local nonprofit. Right? Especially in metro areas like Boise, not that large compared to some other very, very large cities like Chicago or LA. There could be a tendency to, the people who are on the boards of a lot of important local organizations and community groups. And so you want to involve them in your media coverage because it's good for the community. The FCC file looks good because you've been talking to folks who are doing good, important work, and it's great, right? So let's just do a nice piece on what's going on with this homeless shelter, and that's solutions journalism. No. It's not, unless it is talking about the work involved in addressing a problem. I mean, you could have a story on the local nonprofit that talks about a local hero and all that sort of stuff, but the general tenor of a solutions journalism story is not going to be just focused on those characters. Remember, work is the central character in a solutions journalism story. There's no think tank claptrap. What I mean by that is we're not going to go talk to Cato. We're not going to go talk to another kind of think tank and just take their information and say, see, this is what the think tank says. This is how it ought to work. Solutions journalism has to dig a bit deeper to evaluate whether or not the positions put out by various sides in an effort to address a policy problem is actually effective. So just taking what a group says in a white paper that get put out all the time, and maybe the research is sound or maybe it's dubious, but just putting it out there as if, we did our job, we investigated, we found some evidence, that's not solutions-based journalism. And neither, and this is I can't stand this, solutions-based journalism is not, let's take an ice bucket and dump it over our head, and we'll solve problems that way, right? It is not, let's go click on a website and give $5 to help people. As great as those things are, and as helpful as those types of activities might be in certain ways, that's not solutions-based journalism. So how do you do solutions-based journalism? And again, this is a rough overview of what goes into a solutions-based journalism story. You identify an issue or a question of concern. We've already talked about that. You ask what's missing and what could be done. You look for examples that are consistently better than average in terms of results. So you don't just take that white paper from the think tank, right? You want to actually look for local examples, whether it be in your area or your state. Try to localize as much as possible, especially for TV news. We're not trying to replicate what's done at the national level, at the network level. We're not just taking the network package from their evening news and slapping our own graphics on it and running it. Right? The idea is that we want to do something that is inherently local. So you want to look for examples locally that have a reported result that are consistently better than average in terms of bettering a situation. And you want to investigate multiple responses to a problem. You get in the sense this is more like doing a term paper, right? Applied to a journalistic framework, and in a lot of ways it is. Those of you who have loathed taking research methods of any kind in your majors, I hate to break it to you, but I mean, this kind of is the stuff that gets talked about when you're doing a solutions journalism piece. It's just taking those research method skills and making them to some degree compelling for the viewer or the reader or the listener. Something else that I love about solutions-based journalism approach is that it talks about failure, right? It uses failure as a teaching tool. It says, here's what went down. There's this problem, there was a proposed solution, they tried the solution, and it didn't get it done. There's failure. Because one of the biggest things, and I don't know if anyone else in here has encountered this, having worked with some public sector entities, there's a lot of time like sort of political considerations involved in admitting that a certain strategy undertaken by a government entity was wrong, right? Because there's political implications. Well, you wasted our money on all of this, you know. So the attempt is to say, look, it's effective, and we know it's effective because here's an anecdotal story about why it's been effective, right? But in terms of holding government leaders accountable and doing work in the public interest, you need to talk about failure, and you need to recognize failure when it happens, and you need to push policymakers to admit that strategies that they may have been pursuing just haven't worked. That is extremely difficult in a polarized environment, and I understand that. But at the local level, I think you can make much better headway because you're talking really about issues and concerns that affect people in their most vulnerable and intimate situations, right? It's not some 30,000 feet issue dealing with refugees in a different country, right? We're talking about issues that affect people on their block, in their homes, right? So there's lots of ways I think you can push back on the notion that government doesn't always like to admit when something's not been done well or correctly. Or an organization's been using a certain type of approach to dealing with problems. It doesn't have to be government. It could be a private entity. And the approach is just not working. Solutions-based journalism is going to focus on dealing with failure as a teaching tool. And part of all this, as you see there, is gray is your favorite color. Now, it's not mine personally, obviously, but gray is a great color if you're doing solutions-based journalism. Why? Because the chance that you're going to find something that falls into a black or white category, true, untrue, effective, ineffective, very, very slim. Very, very low probability. Right? A good solutions-based journalism piece is going to look at the world and say, look, there are a variety of ways to try to address this problem. Some of them may have worked in other places. Some of them may have worked for certain groups at certain times. We need to take a critical look at what we're doing in this community at this time to determine the effectiveness for this policy in our own era. And there may be lots of different ways to look at effectiveness. Policies may have a benefit to one group that it was intended to affect, but not another that it was intended to affect. So when you're reporting, there isn't a simple matter of this worked, this didn't. Things can get kind of complex. And if you're talking about this from a TV standpoint, it may be a reason to have a series of stories or a series of packages on a particular issue. In fact, it's a way you could even trademark, or not trademark, but brand coverage by a local station on a particular issue. The station that I work with in Missouri has a series that they call Courageous Conversations. And they have talked about things like domestic violence and heroin use and a variety of topics. And it's been a series of packages or stories that have been part of the station's signature menu, really, of story offerings now for several years. But these stories don't present just one way of dealing with a particular problem. And certainly if you're looking at those stories as a whole, there is no formulaic, here's how it works in every single case. So gray will be your favorite color. And the other thing to do is to consider why, in solutions-based journalism, consider why failed ideas remain popular. I sort of gave you, I think, a little bit of a motive a few minutes ago. Politicians love to claim credit for something, but don't want to take any blame if they misappropriated money or didn't end up having the same kind of rosy outcome they promised on the campaign trail. Right? It doesn't make them look good. So there's one motive. It's also human nature across the board not to want to admit failure and change course. But look, if we're going to have an effective self-governing nation or locality or state, there needs to be some degree of will to get over the whole question of why didn't we change course in time. If we knew at the time we were looking at this, the policy wasn't working out in the way it was advertised or the way it was wanting to be implemented, why do we continue to do it? It's insane. I think solutions-based journalism can help get us out of that rut. And you can do this in a story using things like the very boring and dry academic literature, which you may not want to even delve into. Maybe you thought, I don't have to read another academic journal article in my life. That would be great. I understand, and I've helped contribute to that level of boredom by writing some very boring pieces. But as a journalist, you have to, again, find a way to make the kernels of evidence and truth, or at least options or ideas presented in the academic literature, understandable and compelling to the audience. That's your job. Figure it out. Because the academics aren't going to write in any more of an interesting way. We're just beyond that, right? I mean, it's just how it is. So it's up to the journalists to save us. And then, of course, there is the big data revolution going on. It's fashionable to get whatever big means, and there's lots now, especially if you go to sites like data.gov, all kinds of large open source data sets that you can access that may require you to learn how to use something like SPSS or Stata or another kind of stats package. But look, the more skills you have and the more things that you're able to do in terms of looking at information and trying to draw conclusions, the better you are, the more employable you are, quite frankly. So big data, really important thing. And again, as I said, local experts are great, right? You want to focus on local experts, at least mix them with the national experts as much as possible. Takeaways from this, look at the how done it, not just who and what, but how. How done it. That's the key to a solutions journalism story. Focus on measurements. Ask about successes and failures. That's how you do a solutions journalism story. So bringing this back to the whole question of civility then. So solutions journalism, politics, and civility. My argument is that solutions journalism, when applied to policy topics, can elevate discourse and moderate debate tone. This will encourage civility. And you're all going, whatever. Right? Please, this is stupid. It's nice you have this little idea, but it ain't going to work. Well, you may be right, but I'm getting paid to make it work, right? You guys want to have a career in something like this type of work. I'm assuming that, otherwise I don't think you'd be here, right? Not necessarily journalism, but maybe something close to it. Full disclosure, I'm not somebody who thinks, civility is just easy to have and we can just bring everybody together and they can just talk out their differences. I'm sort of a cynic and a skeptic myself. But it is getting kind of nutty. Right? I mean, there isn't some monarch that's going to step in and just tell us how it's all supposed to work. At least I hope not. We have to figure this out ourselves. So this is a tool to help us do it. And the thing of it is that the SJ approach, whatever you want to call it, solutions journalism approach, the effect on civility will be at the margins. I'm not here to tell you this is a panacea and this is just going to make everything great. But I think in our toolkit as journalists, as politicians, as whatever you're trying to become, policymakers, whatever it happens to be, focusing on solutions and evaluating critically those solutions and whether they actually solve a problem or get us closer to solving a problem will be important. And of course, some platforms are going to be more difficult for this approach than others. TV news, as I've been saying, has its limitations in this regard, vis-a-vis like a long-form magazine article you might read in National Journal or U.S. News. But again, we still have to figure out a way to do it. It's a work in progress, admittedly, a work in progress. And civility, my friends, will ebb and flow. But if you're into this because you want to make a difference, I think pushing for better and more civil discussion is the way we can do this through a solutions journalism approach. Now, I said, what do you do in terms of solutions journalism, informing civility, and that sort of thing? And I've been saying this for the talk so far. When you conduct a solutions-based journalism approach to dealing with a political topic to encourage civility, you want to make work the main character. You want to ask how questions, you want to get into the weeds, you want to get into the details, show the work, and you want to change the tension focus from two sides, which is what we usually deal with when we talk about politics. You've got the conservatives and the liberals, Republicans and the Democrats. Here you want to talk about the stakes of problem solving, right? Let's focus on, can they solve this problem? What approaches do they have at their disposal to try to improve the lives of the folks who are being most affected by what's happening? Drive tension through the question of, will this solution really work? Proposed solution, will it actually have an effect? As opposed to just talking about politics like it's two football teams going at it, which generally is how things are done. Now, I said at the top of the talk, we'd also discuss a little bit about how we know something. How do we know what we know? If solutions journalism is all about evaluating how effective a certain policy is, how do we end up knowing that the policy is really working? Well, I don't want to step on any toes here, but a lot of times evidence that's presented, even in academic literature, will say, well, we talked to people in a focus group, right? Or we did some surveys, and here's what a crosstab shows us, cross-tabulation, right? And we see that the cell over here has a larger percentage than the cell over there, and as such, this larger cell value supports our preconceived notion that this policy is working. So yeah, we're done. We're good. We found the solution. I would argue no. You kind of have to get a little deeper, and even big data doesn't get us there, right? It's not the gold standard in terms of causal inference or figuring out cause and effect. Randomized controlled clinical trials, not necessarily clinical, but randomized controlled trials are the best, but they're not always available, right? You can't always conduct them, depending on the circumstances. So what you want to do is triangulate. If you're doing a solutions-based journalism piece, you want to not just say, okay, well, we've found a bunch of people we can talk to as a focus group, or there's this poll that was done, or there was this clinical trial that got conducted, right? Now, we want to say, what really is the overall sense of the evaluative literature or the evaluative assessments that have been out there dealing with this particular issue? And focus on it as a whole, as what you might call a meta-analysis, right? These are things that are important to do, and focus on the question of really what evidence are we using to say this policy has been effective? Because if we're just saying it's a cross-tabulation, or we're just using anecdotes, which is the worst thing, right? But if that's all we're doing, we're not really servicing the solutions journalism model as it is intended. Here's an example that I deal with, or I'm dealing with now, in some of the work that I'm doing in Missouri. We're working on a series dealing with the so-called cliff effect. And I don't know if you've encountered this term before, but essentially, if you are a family on public assistance programs of some kind, food stamps would be an example, once you get a little bit of a raise at work, you're trying to better your life and help your families and do all these things, you will eventually come out of the poverty band, if you will, from an income standpoint, the government uses to determine whether you're going to get public assistance. So it's this perverse situation where you get a little bit of a raise at work for doing a good job or getting promoted. You're not making a lot of money yet or at all, but you're just outside of that poverty definition as the government sets it up for income-based purposes, and you lose most, if not all, of the public assistance that you were on. Hence the cliff. I mean, it is awful what happens to people in this situation. And a lot of the folks have young children. So it's not just working professionals or working adults, whatever you want to call them, the working poor. It's parents with kids who have to worry about making sure that the kids actually have clothing and food and that sort of thing. So what we're doing is trying to bring people together to talk about proposed solutions for this cliff effect. And we're in the process of doing interviews that talk about the nuts and bolts of the how-to, right? There's different ways of approaching this. Government policy change would be one, but that's kind of glacial. And for reasons I'll talk about later, it may not ever happen. So what are you left with? Well, you're left with local organizations, nonprofits, church groups, community groups, right? Organizations that can help ease the blow of this effect and figure out a way to help people deal with becoming the ironic situation of becoming more successful but less economically secure, which is what this does. So we're focusing on the how-to. What are the policies or the proposed solutions that organizations can pursue outside of the government lane, if you will? And how effective would those particular policies or solutions be? Do we have any evidence to suggest that there really is a buffering of this cliff effect because local nonprofits spend money to help these families? We have crosstabs, we have surveys, we have interviews, but really, how rigorous of an assessment of effect do those sources provide by themselves? Right? And that's one of the core questions that we're asking, and we're trying to get at the bottom of dealing with this package or series of packages that we're working on. The characters in our stories show the work. We're not just setting up a camera and some lights and saying, tell us about how your life sucks, which is a lot of times what you see in TV, local TV news, right? You know, it's the narrative of this person had such a problem and some rich person came and gave him some money, now everything's great. And they have this kind of kumbaya moment at the end. And, you know, we'll see it at 11. Or, I mean, that sort of approach gets done a lot. But in a solutions journalism story, we're talking really about our characters looking at this problem and saying, we have to try things that will set a precedent and that we can measure in terms of effectiveness over time. And we may not even know really what the best metric of measurement for effectiveness is at this point, right? We may not even know what true effectiveness is. But we're working, and we as journalists are telling the story that says this is about looking for ways to deal with problems that are common in Missouri especially across party and ideological lines. I mean, there are probably, given the ideological distribution of folks in southwest Missouri, which is where my station is, probably more self-identifying conservatives affected by the cliff effect than liberals. It's ironic, right? So you have this natural cross-cutting cleavage where you've got people who, you know, they're voting for a party that probably is not going to be as concerned with this as the other party, right? But they're very much affected by this effect. So in a way, you can get around the partisan noise and the ideological noise if you can pull this off, and that's what we're in the middle of trying to figure out. We're also not going to shy away in talking about potential failure. It's nice that these organizations want to try and help, but maybe the cliff effect is something that truly needs a change in public policy to really take hold and to mitigate. It's not something you can just have folks who are running organizations as well endowed, relatively speaking, as they might be. That's not going to be a broad-based solution. And we're committed to tracking progress over time through a series of packages. This is not going to be, hey, you know, lay bare your life and expose yourself on local TV and then, you know, thanks a lot. This ratings period is great. We're done. Good luck. No, you can't do that, right? You can't do that because very few problems in our society are in a way that you can just drop a particular solution in there in a one-shot kind of situation and have it make an effect that lasts for all time. So the solutions journalism approach is definitely a commitment that goes on. Now, here are the challenges, though, right? I told you I mentioned some of this. Political aversion to government. it's interesting. We've got, as you might imagine, some Democrats running for office in Southwest Missouri who are very excited to talk about the cliff effect and policy solutions or proposed solutions to the problem. How many Republicans do you think want to be part of that conversation? There are a few, but we end up coming up against a ceiling because there's a strong Tea Party reaction in that part of the country. And a lot of times when you're talking about what looks like more government spending on social programs or social services, the response is, it's not in the Constitution, right? So the government shouldn't do anything about this. If they die in the street, tough. Let the churches, let the private organizations deal with it. Now, I'm not here to pass judgment on that particular viewpoint. What I'm here to say, though, is it gets a little difficult to make a solutions-based story when you're featuring Democrats and most of your viewers are going to be Republicans. Right? And so they're going to say, what is this liberal guy doing? Right? I mean, why should we listen to what's being said here? It seems partisan, right? And you get into the whole media bias thing, and nobody wants to listen to those who are biased and that sort of thing. The other challenges I've been hinting at is to make these egghead solutions that are tested in the academic literature compelling and relatable. Work in progress. And as I said, getting both sides, quote unquote. So you appease the natural defenses of folks who are going to be watching, who are predisposed to thinking if you're talking about government policy and government spending, it must be something that's evil. But you want to still draw them into the conversation. Again, this is about civility. Civility can't be all one side just talking to itself. You have to bring as many or diverse voices together as possible. So those are challenges. And reducing the rancor regarding civility is the ultimate outcome, but it's also something that is also a big challenge to deal with. We also have opportunities, though, right? We can introduce the audience to pressing needs in the community. The cliff effect is something that a lot of folks still haven't heard about. But when you explain it to them, they go, oh, yeah. Boy, that stinks. And it's very ironic. I mean, these are people that go against the stereotype of, people on all those social assistance programs, they don't do any work and they don't deserve it and that sort of thing. No, these are people who are working. And they're making minimum wage. And they're getting a little bit better in terms of their work. And they're making a little bit more money. But they still can't afford all they got to afford or pay for to be able to live. So we can try to reframe the issue and bring as many people in our viewing audience as possible into the discussion, or at least into the consideration of the problem and the potential solution. And here's the deal. By doing this, we make local TV intellectual, or as intellectual as local TV could be, right? We're talking about policy and potential solutions. You're not going to hear that from certain candidates in this election, right? You're going to hear, well, we'll talk about that after the election. We'll figure it out. No, let's talk about it now, right? Let's try to get the broad outline of what might be able to be done now. My favorite with this, in terms of an opportunity, is that we can localize and humanize divisive policy areas. Again, I think if we localize divisiveness and we talk about it in a local way, we have a better chance of reducing hostilities and trying to promote some degree of civility than if we do like the cable news thing where it's a national level issue and everyone just yells at each other. The other really cool thing is we can remove blame, victimization, dependency, and the conflict narratives that tend to drive a lot of TV coverage. If we can't remove them entirely, we can remove them for the stories that we're doing from a solutions-based journalism perspective. And again, I think this can help cultivate civility. So, that's the overview of my presentation. For more information on solutions-based journalism, you can go to solutionsjournalism.org. There are a lot of resources on there. You can also feel free to email me at the address you see there. And I am happy to take questions or comments, but we must keep it somewhat civil. All right. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate your attention. Do we need a mic?
Who has a question for Dr. Calfano? I know there's multiple communication courses here, So things he's talked about are directly relevant to some of the things that you've been learning about.
Thank you. I'm not studying journalism. I study public policy and administration. So my question is, in order to influence public policy, we have to get this message out in a civil way, is what you've argued. How are we getting people, I don't quite understand how we're getting people to listen. You know, I have a mom who sends me the articles from the New York Times, so lucky I have my own clipping service, but how many people have that opportunity to listen to a whole series on one topic or take that kind of time? I just fear that we're spending a lot of time thinking about that, but how many people are we actually capturing?
It's a great question, and I think there's always a tendency in media circles to assume that you're reaching more audience than you really are. Measurement of sort of media message impact is evolving, and the metrics that get used, it's not just, you know, who's watching, because they could be doing 15 other things as the TV's on, right? The best, I think, answer, though, I can give you is, from a local standpoint, we do know from a lot of at least media marketing studies that people will look at local news for at least two basic things. I'd like to add local solutions-based journalism coverage as the third, but they want the weather, right? And they want sports. It's local sports, right? I mean, high school football this time of year. Or, you know, in that part of the country, when's the tornado going to touch down? I mean, those sorts of things will drive people to their local stations. Depending on how you structure the program, you can maybe slip in compelling packages that do a good job of telling these solutions-based stories between blocks. So you've got weather to start, and then your sports comes maybe 15 or 20 after in a half-hour newscast. And so maybe at the top of what we call the B block, after the first commercial break, you can do a 3-minute piece dealing with solutions to a certain problem. You can tease it, that sort of thing, and advertise it and all that kind of deal. But your question, I think, of, are people really going to engage that content? This is a new frontier. Right, and this is something that I don't pretend to say, yes, if we just put it out there, they're going to take it. But by the same token, as producers of news content, and this is where I came from with all of this, I just feel like a real loser if all I'm doing is saying stuff that's just not helpful to the audience. Right? If all I'm saying is the thing I said, I never really said that ever on the air, thank God, but whoever gets the most votes is going to win. I mean, a lot of times that's about the level of quality of analysis that you get. And so if you're going to produce something, and I think if you're doing it from a local standpoint, you can have a local hook to say, look, this is happening down the street. Right? This is happening. You're going to drive past this situation on your way to work or taking your kids to volleyball, whatever you're doing. There's a way to sort of create a hook there. But if it's a deeper question of are they really going to sit there and ponder, that's going to be, the great bugaboo for self-governing countries forever. I mean, how sophisticated is the electorate in terms of really evaluating complex policies? I will say, though, as a generality, the level of sophistication and depth that you're going to get from a TV package vis-a-vis a New York Times or Wall Street Journal or something along those lines type of article will be much more superficial. So, if you're going to capture their attention to some extent, you may have the best chance with a TV package because of the visual and oral cues that you're going to be able to provide them. Mm-hmm.
My question is, I've been learning a lot about objective journalism in this class and then in a couple other classes. And one of my classes briefly touched on solutions journalism, but not that heavily. But my question is, how is solutions journalism different from objective journalism, or is it very different? Is it that different at all, or is it pretty much a similar thing, just under a different name?
Great question. And you might think I'm splitting hairs with this, but objective journalism is focused really on, okay, so what happened and who did it happen to, right? Really describing a lot of the surface level descriptives of a story, of an event. The hallmark for a solutions journalism piece is that we're focusing not just on, yeah, something really bad happened, but this is an important event and this is an important occurrence. We need to find a way to deal with the problems created by that situation. So a solutions journalism piece is going to focus on the how do we get at solving the problem, which I would argue goes beyond just objective journalism of trying to present the so-called facts and looking at, again, possible solutions, given the term of the actual type of journalism that it is, to these problems. So it's not a breaking news model, right? I mean, it's not, again, the house is burning down or something, God forbid, terrorist attack happened. It's not a breaking news coverage model, right? It's much more of a sweeps, if you want to think of it this way, you want to get as many people watching as possible. So a sweeps ratings type of approach where you create in advance a series of packages and have a thoughtful approach to dealing with a problem that the local community faces. And I would argue for an iterated approach. I think you have to do something where it's multiple packages. And it doesn't have to be over the course of one ratings period, right? It could be something that you go back to. TV news a lot of times is loath to go back to yesterday's news, for a lack of a better term, right? I mean, usually they wait until something really big has happened in a developing story before they go back to it. The problem with that is if it's a solutions journalism approach, you really want to continue to, not stew, but you really want to continue to sort of focus on what's being done in the community and what impact is it having. Again, it goes against a lot of the slick production models and approaches of financially successful news organizations. But I didn't invent this solutions journalism idea. These are journalists full-time who've been doing this for a long time saying we have to do better by our audiences and by the general public. For leaning, they don't like a particular idea that's presented, and that's a great question and a dilemma. I'm in a bit of a rarefied situation because as the political producer who also has a PhD, a lot of the pushback that I would get would be like, you look awful on that shot. Comb your hair. It would be more of a production sort of thing. It wouldn't be content. But that's a $100,000 question. What do you do, particularly if the producer that you're working with has an ideological axe to grind and they just don't want this to come out? I think that becomes a discussion for the news director. I think you got to take it upstairs to the news director because the news director is supposed to be dealing with that. Or if there's an EP for that particular show, to say, okay, look, this producer, we're not really gelling on this story. What is the, what is the approach we want to take as a station? And I should also point out, anything I do, it goes through an editorial process. I don't have carte blanche. My opinion tends to get taken pretty seriously, though, because this is, what I do during the day, So I have a little bit more weight behind what I say than what somebody else might say on this particular set of topics, right? But I still am subject to my news director or a senior producer saying, we're not going to say it like this. And sometimes you just have to let that go. But if it's a solutions journalism piece and they're wanting not, if your question was, they don't want to represent an entire side of the story or an example of the solution, it's time for a discussion with more people. Because then you're not really doing a solutions journalism piece. You're doing potentially something that could be looked upon as a hit job. And in a market like Boise, same thing in Springfield, Missouri, even in places like Cincinnati, people will call the newsroom, and you're the one sitting there, and they're yelling at you, or they're going to email your boss, and they're going to say, "We're never watching this station again." You get all of this kind of negative reaction, which I would say news managers and station managers shouldn't worry about, but they do. They do. But I would encourage anyone in that situation to include as many higher-ups as possible, because a solutions journalism approach has to be something that the station managers buy into. It's hard to do by yourself because of, it sort of takes a lot of planning to put together. But if you're able to work around that producer, maybe you just work with a different producer, or maybe you come to some other kind of détente, some other kind of compromise. But it's not easy, especially if you've got folks who are willing to interject their partisan views. Because again, getting back to your question, the easiest trap to fall into with this is to make it look like you're criticizing one side and not the other. My idea with this is to get us beyond, I don't mean to quote Obama, but the post-ideological journalism kind of thing, right? I mean, you want to move away from everything devolving into this side and that side, and we're representing two different parties or ideologies. And it may take a seminar for the producers to kind of go, oh, we're not cable newsing it. I gotcha. We're really actually trying to figure something out here, and we're doing it through a series of packages that get aired. And it's an ongoing conversation with our audience.
Thank you for speaking here. I was pondering, through taking a lot of classes like reason, discourse, and stuff and logic, part of the challenge is not only trying to present better information to the viewership, but also helping to try to train the viewership to better take that, so that they know how to look at the logic. So I was wondering, how can solutions-based journalism do that in teaching? Does it have anything to add by teaching people maybe how to look at logic or how to recognize good and bad arguments? Because for instance, in the Cliff Note thing, in the cliff effect thing, the segment, one side saying, well, if the other side dies, tough. And I'm pretty sure people don't want other people to die, or look at it like that. But it got me thinking, is there anything that maybe it can help the audience process information better?
I think the answer is yes. But as I said before, I think it's a work in progress. I mean, you don't want to get into things like logical fallacies and, here's the definition of how, not to argue, those sorts of things that you would do in a class. But I think by bringing up alternative arguments without saying, now we're going to pick apart what this person said in this straw man argument that they made, but doing things where you're able to say, we've got, these 15 pieces of content that we want to get through in the piece, and we're giving people the information to at least realize that there's more out there than just the two sides, right? Or there's more out there than just there's a problem and one solution, and oh, isn't it great the local nonprofit fed people for Thanksgiving? We can do things by presenting the information, and in a way, this is why you need multiple packages, continuing to hit home with those solutions that are being proposed and evaluated. And again, solutions plural. It's not just the one. And also talking about the work that's involved. But from an argumentation standpoint, it's going to be difficult because you're going to get people saying this is too much of like a philosophy seminar. But again, it's a work in progress. And it might be something, quite honestly, that you produce for a public affairs type of program that would air maybe on a Sunday morning, and then you take a piece of what gets aired on a Sunday morning and you make it into a package for the 5 or 6 o'clock news. But what you put on the evening news is, again, a lot less of the dense material than you might have available elsewhere. And with the number of people who are engaging in local stations on their online platforms now, you can put a lot more information on the web than you ever had the opportunity to do before. So you may end up having different forms of the story and different content packages depending on the platform that you're using. With web having the opportunity to put more up there, people can go to, on their own time. Yeah.
So my question is, I think it's easy to establish what a problem is.
Right.
However, how do you find your solutions, your multiple solutions? Are you building them based on opinions, or how do you collect these?
You start, and this is just my experience, you start by talking to the folks who are doing the work to try to solve the problem, right? So you identify, here's what the problem is. In your community, there will likely be, again, it depends on the issue, so this may not always work, but to my experience level, you find those folks in the community who are either really interested in trying to solve the problem, who are working with local groups or governments to try to address it, or both, and you begin to hear what they're trying to do to solve the problem or at least address it. And it may be that in your local market, there isn't anything being done, which is why you would have to go outside of the local market in that case and say, here's what's being done elsewhere. Could it apply here? And then maybe do an interview with the nonprofit group or the government official here to say, can we apply this model? But one of the things, I'm glad you brought this up, one of the things that I say to the people who's being interviewed for these stories is, look, we're glad you're sharing what these solutions are, but this is not going to be a puff piece. We're going to encourage the viewer to really think through, does this evidence you're presenting for an impact, does it really ring true? Or are there other ways of looking at these results to suggest maybe the impact's not quite as great, or maybe there's just a different way of approaching the evaluation process? So I think your question was, how do you actually find people who are doing this sort of thing? And a lot of it is legwork. A lot of it's going to be Rolodex. A lot of it's going to be people in the community who know people. And then from there, it's almost like a snowball sample type of thing. But again, depending on the size of the market, there may not be anything being done. It's always possible that way too, which is why, again, if you're looking at it from the academic literature standpoint, you go and research something, you're looking at a journal article that some scholar has written about the issue, that can be your way in as well. And you can then take that as the reporter to the local groups and say, here's what the scholars are saying. Do you guys have any inkling about how this might work? And start from there. So there's lots of different ways into it. The easiest way is when you've got committed people on the ground already doing the work. It gets more complicated when they're not there, but it's still possible to present the viewer with something and say, yeah, we as a community should start to do something like this, or we should at least begin to address the issue. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you to all of you in the audience. We're going to take about a 15-minute break and then have the final session of the day. It's another panel on this topic, so if you're interested, stick around. Thank you very much.
sounds like they're promising things they can't deliver because Congress will go along. So, in a way, it's not their fault. I mean, they don't help a lot. But the system, that works isn't always conducive. You said you're going to do that. Lots of people.
I really like this meeting. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you so much.
Hi.
Do you have a moment just for a quick question?
Sure.
Okay, fantastic. Do you mind if I come up there? It's really awkward. Okay.
Come on up.
Okay. I'll just ask you really quick. I know you're busy. Okay. This is very fascinating, by the way.
It is. I mean, I think it's really cool just because to be able to be involved.
I meant to ask you, I didn't get a chance. From the notion of solutions journalism, is it that you want media outlets to show viewers what they should want to consume, or is it that a couple outlets will start doing it and then readers should demand that of?
That's a little different than what I was sort of, I think it's a good question. Just thinking out loud. Something that stations should do. Whether or not the viewers are always there cheering them on, that was the first question. That's always kind of it's hard to sometimes. Ratings fluctuate, not sure why. And it may not be anything to do with producing, it's just the nature of business. But I think from a journalism training standpoint, from a professional practices standpoint, the idea would be that you really want to have this type of approach into what you're doing as a station. Because that, frankly, it helps with the FCC file. Just to be cynical about it. Whenever you go for a license renewal, what have you been doing? Well, not every station can do it today. Not every station. But these pieces can be very connected. And I think if it becomes ingrained enough, then it go on seeing it become again, irrespective of what the public shows in terms of crazy. Again, this is more back to that.
Just more on like a personal question. Because I work with print journalism and not on TV, do you have any advice on ways to encourage readership, especially in the college atmosphere where there's things that you should know, but it may not always be exciting? Do you have any advice on this?
Yeah, and again, there's the $100,000 question. Because if you're too salacious, you do violence or damage to the purpose of that institution. This is really where I think in terms of focusing on and making people more serious and talking about Italian standpoint and as well driving attention to the story. This person's focusing how do we create this situation. And this is where it's an advantage.
good news though with print is that you've got a little more control.
Yeah.
Because they can always scroll back up and read it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whereas if you just yap, even if you have full screen presence, there's a lot of other distractions that are happening. So in a way, I think once you set the tone for why something can work, you've got more opportunity to do it. But I don't think you do that. Just again, because the interest will fluctuate for reasons that or following. This is the bug of the TV stations, or I should say talent TV stations. When the ratings drop, the anchor's still the anchor doing a good job. And the exec's like, well, just because you suck, we gotta get rid of it. That's why the ratings are. It's like, what are you talking about? I mean, are you kidding me? There is no link that you can demonstrate between the two. But the muckety muck has to look like he's in charge or she's in charge and doing something in the company's in. So, you know. I mean, I would say drive people to a face and really hit that. And maybe, you know, it sounds cynical to say, but people learn to get honest. I think people going, oh yeah, it's a big problem. And then transition to something more social strategy. Because you've got their attention at least. So use the get them to pay attention. And then circle around a series that would be the social strategy.
Well, thank you very much for your time.
Sure.
I really appreciate it. And thank you very much for coming today. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I did more than 45 years.
I'm just going to walk, so you guys can all sit. Yeah, sit wherever you want. Where did the handheld go? I think Justin. I'll go find it. Kevin Richard. Nice to meet you. So there's
Oh, okay. You guys care where?
What was her last name? Sally Jesse Raphael. Everybody remembers her. All right, we're going to get going here on this, the last panel of today's symposium. Thank you all for showing up. And we got a really good group of both practicing journalists and theoreticians, and a combination of them both. I'm kind of excited about that. My name is Greg Hahn. I'm Communications and Marketing Associate Vice President here at Boise State, but spent about 17 years in Idaho media. This panel's a little bit lopsided because three of us used to work at the Twin Falls Times News down in the Magic Valley. So watch out. We'll have some like pro Burley comments, I'm sure, that come out in the process. But anti-Burley, Greg. Or anti-Burley. I was in the Burley Bureau, so that was a little different. But I'm going to I told these guys I was going to give them a weird question to begin with, and I'm going to just kind of run through who they all are really quickly, and then kind of throw the question at them first. But first I want to kind of lay out, there are a handful of things that journalists, if you don't know much about journalists, we sort of live by some weird codes. H.L. Mencken once said that the role of a journalist is to afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted. So that sort of sits in the back of your head often when you're doing some journalism. One of my favorites was an old Chicago news service maxim. They said, if your mother says she loves you, check it out. So there's a lot. We're distrusting. We're pretty sure we don't want anybody to be comfortable. And one I always kept on my desk was an Edward Abbey quote. There was a kind of simplicity in a simple fact. Unfortunately, for most of us, it's not that easy to figure out just what a simple fact is, and I think we'll probably talk about that a little bit today. So I'm just going to run down the list here of who you got in front of you. Over there on the far left is Melissa Davlin. She is the moderator or host of Idaho Reports at Idaho Public Television, a job that also has a secret perk of letting you be a producer for Outdoor Idaho at least part of the year. And it's pretty great. I know I used to do that. She also worked in newspapers leading into that, and has kind of some good broad experience. Next to her, Natalie Hurst, who works over at KBOI. You might recognize her, one of our local anchors. Natalie's been in and around the TV news biz for a while, and I've done a couple panels with her, and I think she has a great take on the world, and in a different way, right? When you're a newspaper person, you're sort of behind the scenes. No one sees you. Or in a TV anchor, everyone in town thinks they knows you, and that changes how you go to the grocery store. Next to her, Kevin Richard. Kevin's my old boss. When I was in the Burley Bureau, the Twin Falls Times News, he has had like kind of a worked in Pocatello, worked in Idaho Falls, worked in Twin Falls. He's kind of covered the state. Has done everything from editorial writing at the Idaho Statesman. Now he works for an outfit called the Idaho Ed News, which is based here at Boise State, funded by a big foundation, the Albertsons Foundation, and covers education in Idaho. And when we get to talking about kind of media funding and the media models that are maybe affecting some of this stuff, he's experienced all of the different kinds. Who's next to you? I can't even see him. Oh, Seth Ashley. Seth, you guys, some of you might know. Who was a class with Seth? Probably a few people. He's here at Boise State. He's communications professor. His specialty is media literacy. He also is still kind of you're the art advisor over there at the Arbiter still, right? Yeah, has a lot of involvement with the student newspaper, and helped start something called the Idaho Media Initiative, which is sort of aimed at making sure everybody can move in the right direction here in the state, and something that I appreciate as a former journalist and somebody who still works with a lot. And then Brian Calfano, our visitor here, who sat in the one seat that most of the people can't see. He's really there. And I don't know if anyone's here for his talk about an hour ago, but he comes to us from the University of Cincinnati, where he teaches both communication and political science, which is perfect for a discussion like today. So I'm going to just jump in and say, hey, this is what I want. It's hard to kind of decide where to start, but I think if you were to tell an alien who showed up in a spaceship and landed here in America, and they said, what do you do? And they're like, well, I'm into media. And they're like, oh, what role does the media play in your society? What would you tell them in like 2 sentences? What is the role of the media in American society at its highest level? Melissa.
I would say to this alien, I would say the media is the conduit between those in power and those behind the scenes and the public at large. And it's our job to question those in power and while representing the voices of the underserved. And tell those stories.
And I would build on that and just say that I think that we are more than just a mirror. We do have to ask ourselves as a society, who are we? Who do we want to be? Where are we going? And where will we leave our mark? And the media gives us that opportunity. And if used wisely, it can be that conduit through which all of us can better ourselves.
There you go.
It's red. All right, I would say, building on what was said there, that, yeah, I mean, the role is to inform and provide a roadmap, really, for what the society can look like and what choices we have before us. But a lot of times, unfortunately, human nature being what it is, that enterprise falls short.
Oh, good answers. Those are all good answers. I want to just go into the practical. We're all watching this election, right? And I don't know who wants to jump in, but here's my challenge. I would like you to tell me a few things that you think that the media's done right during the presidential election so far. Are there moments? What's happening there? It can be a weekly paper in the middle of nowhere that did something great. It could be some national decision. What are some things, and maybe we'll kind of get at what the media's role is in this election, but what are some of the things that are going in the right direction? Or maybe not even going there. I don't even want to go there. What has happened that has gone okay? I'm going to lower the bar. What out there is okay?
I don't have a specific example, but I would just say in general, first of all, the media is like a useless phrase. I mean, that's everything from Oprah to Rush Limbaugh to the Wall Street Journal to Minions. I mean, it can be, the media is anything. I think we have to like figure out what we're talking about in the first place. So we're talking about news media. Do we mean, kind of cable news, which is its own unique beast where unfortunately a lot of people get a lot of their information. I would say it also has a lot to do with users and how we censor our own exposure to ideas. I think a lot of people say, get mad because they say, oh, the news didn't cover this, or they didn't write about, they didn't tell me about this thing I should know about. But more likely, the news somewhere did talk about it, and it just didn't show up in your news feed, right? And so there's a big difference between, what's actually being produced by the media and what we're consuming. There's a huge disconnect there, and it doesn't help that the industry of journalism, of actually like producing original information, has been decimated by not only technology but by a variety of business decisions and changes over several decades, not just since the internet.
You can take that one out too if you guys want.
Hey, thanks, Greg.
Leave it up to the group of journalists and journalism professors to just break the one rule that's been consistent all day long, as they just pass that around. These guys are like, forget it. I'm doing it my own way.
Thanks for your input. So to kind of build on what Seth said, I think it's important to acknowledge there are many, many different kinds of media, and along with that, we all have our unique challenges. And so one of the things, you mentioned that I've worked in both newspaper and broadcast, and one of the things I've learned is a TV interview is very different than a newspaper interview, and I'm sure that you learned the same thing since you had a very similar career path. But one of the things that I'm seeing this election cycle that I really, really like is just this straight up fact checking. And we've seen this for multiple election cycles now, but it's more important now than ever. Now that we have more spin machines and we have candidates whose trustworthiness it's constantly being questioned. And so just the straight up fact checking, citing the sources is such a valuable tool for the voter, and I think the biggest challenge to that is getting it distributed in a wider market as opposed to just this self-selecting, politically involved reader that I think tunes into that and seeks out that kind of information already.
Okay, so I'm going to defend something that usually gets a bum rap. I'm going to defend the horse race coverage, especially the more sophisticated horse race coverage. I mean, I go to 538 every day, and part of the reason I go to 538, it's just interesting to see, what are the odds and the probabilities and how they change daily. But I think if you look at the numbers, and I'm impressed with numbers, if you look at the numbers and you look what's going on in some states and why some states are more competitive than others, I'm really interested in why is Arizona more of a competitive state now than it's been in past presidential elections. And nobody can. Why is Arizona a competitive state now as opposed to past presidential elections? And what does that say about the demographics? Why does Trump feel like he has a chance in Rust Belt states that have not been friendly to Republicans in the past? I think what that says about our country and our demographics is really interesting stuff, and it's being explained in much better detail than it has been in the past.
And I would just build on that and say that I think from a broadcast standpoint, we've been able to use a lot of the information and analysis from sites like 538 or from Pew in our on-air work, which is great because it is giving people much more of a factually grounded analysis, which you may not have gotten before or not as sophisticated as you would have gotten before. And the other thing is, I was talking prior to the panel a little bit with Melissa about the Matt Lauer interviews last night that's been getting a lot of attention, didn't really do very well apparently with Clinton and Trump. And you say what you want maybe about how well those interviews have gone this election cycle. I think it'd be interesting to look at this from a quantitative standpoint. I have to imagine that if you combine just on the cable news outlets alone, the amount of interview time that's been given to these candidates going all the way back to the primary, it is maybe a little bit more this year or this cycle than it's been in years past. So even though those interviews don't necessarily give you kind of the best window into what those candidates want to do or might end up doing as an elected official, you still get the opportunity to be introduced to them in some way and see how they respond under pressure. And so I think if we're looking for something good, again, that's the basic question here that the media has been doing, at least on the broadcast side or cable news side, that kind of coverage I think has been useful.
And I would agree with that. My advice to answer the question would almost be to seek out an unfiltered lens. I think that from a personal standpoint, and I've said this before in other forums where we've discussed journalism, I sincerely could care less what two journalists think about politics. I have better use of my time. But if a candidate wants to talk to me about what the issues are through an unfiltered lens, as a viewer, I'm listening. As a citizen, I think the one thing that you can always count on the media to do correctly, particularly in a broadcast forum, is an unfiltered look at the issues and the candidates, and that comes through either your debates or literally a full interview that's not edited, not sliced and diced. And I would encourage you to look for those sources, because that's where you're really going to not only get an impression of what the person sounds and looks like, but in the larger context of what they're saying from the beginning to the end. And I do think that with the emergence of cable television and such a fractionalization of the channels and of the sources through which you get your news, that it is problematic, and it's becoming more of a business proposition for the viewer. How are we going to position ourselves on the dial so that you watch, and it's not always an editorial decision, but more of a business decision. So that in itself is a problem. However, when used correctly, you can have a forum through which you can garner information, and information that is vital to society. And that is what you need to do, is look for that unfiltered lens.
Let's talk maybe Seth and properly chastised by the professor who leads long discussions all the time, as opposed to the person who tries to talk as little as possible when the TV camera's pointed at him, which is my job. To talk a little bit about kind of framing, now that we've focused in here. We've got election coverage. We have news, the news angle, a part of media. What are folks who are kind of observing a lot of this news? How should they sort through it? Who's coming from where, and how do you know as a news consumer what you're looking at in terms of where you're getting your information from? I think people are starting to touch on that. Maybe help frame the current, and you two guys down here on the end, help folks frame where we are in the media landscape when it comes to political coverage. Does that question make sense?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, I think I don't like to be prescriptive and say these are the 5 sources you should consume and then you'll know everything you need to know. I mean, I don't think it's that simple. I think you just have to, it takes practice. You know, I tell students it's like going to the gym. You don't go once and expect results. You have to kind of work at cultivating, you know, your curiosity and your interests and your knowledge about the world by consuming a lot of different information from a lot of different sources. That's usually like the first thing people say when they talk about media literacy is get information from a lot of different outlets. And that doesn't even mean just like watch Fox News and MSNBC and then you'll get a balanced view of the world. I mean, for one thing, those cable outlets in general don't do a lot of original information gathering, so they're not super useful for learning new information. They can be helpful in terms of commentary and entertainment, but you know, I think, you know, it helps to look at sources that go a lot deeper than that, basically. So that's kind of broadly what I would say. You know, come take my class. I mean, you know, we talked for a whole semester about, you know, this kind of stuff, and a lot of it I think has to do with structural issues surrounding the media system, how we got to where we are. You know, if you look at the U.S. compared to any other industrialized democratic country, we have a really kind of unique, I mean, everything's kind of unique about us, for good and for bad. Our election system is pretty unusual, but certainly our media system is pretty strange in that it's almost an entirely commercial for-profit system, and that really does have an effect on the content. So I try to talk about, you know, both a content-based approach to media literacy and making sure that you're getting, you know, lots of different kinds of information, that you know how to like sniff out a hoax when you're looking at something in your news feed and it's, you know, and it's obviously fake. You know, you go to Snopes and you check it out, you know, that kind of stuff. Be skeptical of everything you're seeing, and know how to do that independent verification on your own. But then I also emphasize a context-based approach to where you learn about the structure of the system and the history of how we got here. And I think that's also really important to kind of understanding, you know, where we are and where we go from here and how we could make things better. And you know, it does take work, because the sources I think that you're presented with kind of usually like at home, when your parents have the TV on and it's Fox or MSN, you know, a lot of us come from homes where you get kind of used to one point of view, and that's pretty much it. So it's for students, I think it's especially hard. You got to figure out how to break out of that bubble that you were raised in, and hopefully, you know, that's what I think college is all about. But yeah, it's not easy, and it takes work. So good luck.
You're right. I think to piggyback
the takeaway. Good luck with that.
On Seth's comments, though, what I tell my students and what I would say to anybody is, yeah, you want the diversity of sources, and you want to. I even read like the Financial Times. I mean, just to get like a international perspective on what's going on here, which is really interesting. But I would also say, and it kind of dovetails with the name of the center sponsoring the symposium, right? History and politics. Recent political history, I mean, going back 30, 40, 50 years, is really instructive to have as a basis or foundation for evaluating claims that are made today in the here and now. And a lot of times you're not going to get that by looking at your news feed. You'll have to go to sources, even if it's straight looking at like YouTube videos of some kind, depending on what the content is there. It can be very instructive to sort of get a broader context from a historical perspective on what has gone on in our recent national political history, because that gives you more of a basis for evaluating claims when you hear people say, oh, it's never been this bad, or, back in the day it was so great. And there was a really cool article in USA Today, actually, today, that was talking about 1966 versus 2016. And it was looking at various economic indicators when, you get the argument that things were much better back then, quote unquote. And you may, quibble over some of the comparisons that were made in an article like that, and that's fine. But the overall approach that was taken in that article to say, okay, well, here's what was happening back in 1966. Here's what median income was. Here's what inflation was. Right. Here's what was going on internationally. All these sorts of things. They don't directly help you make a decision in terms of what you're going to support as a policy or as a candidate, but they do help you, I think, get a sense that a lot of stuff that we face as a country or as a world, this is not completely new, right? This is not brand new. And some of the hyperbole that gets thrown out there only is able to be successful or effective because folks don't know enough about history. And again, I don't mean going back to the Civil War. I'm talking maybe from 1950 something to now would be enough to get a sense as to what's going on, and at least compare it to claims that get made about where the country's heading and where it's been.
Well, Seth, while you passed it, we'll go back to the real life. Actually, hang on to that for a second, because I want you to tell everybody when that First Amendment was drawn up, it was not because there were a bunch of objective journalists writing for the USA Today and other people who were just doing everything they could to carve the middle and to present all sides to everybody. That's not what they were talking about at all. I'm not sure how much everybody knows about that history. I assume you teach some of that. So
yeah, indeed, it's fascinating. I mean, first of all, the whole like free speech, free press thing in the First Amendment. Most people think about it in this kind of abstract way that we should be allowed to be, say and print whatever we want, which is a nice idea, but it's not. The First Amendment specifically targets government actors. So if there's not a government actor involved, then the First Amendment really doesn't have anything to do with what's going on. So if Facebook wants to remove your post because for whatever reason, they can do that. You don't have free speech on Facebook. And if the algorithm doesn't pick your thing to share with people, again, you don't have that. There's no guarantee that you get to do that. So first, the first thing to get out of the way is that the First Amendment specifically applies only to actions of government. So there's lots of places where you have no speech or press rights guaranteed for anything you do. Yeah, the other thing, the objectivity thing, objectivity wasn't really a thing until at least well after the Civil War, when it became profitable. Basically, it was like first of all, there's no advertising as we know it until the late 1800s, early 1900s. These are all kind of 20th century phenomena where if you started to figure out how to reach a broader market, you could sell more ads, and by doing the way to do that was through objectivity. There are other reasons like professionalization and the rise of journalism schools and other. The idea that journalism became something that was practiced by a certain class of people. So there are other things that went into it, but yeah, it's partly a business explanation for why this idea of objectivity even became something to strive for in the first place. And also it's worth noting that the First Amendment wasn't really written for even though it says the press, and it was written to protect citizens. I mean, from being targeted by an oppressive government that would say, "You're criticizing us. We're gonna prevent you from saying that." So, because news organizations like we know of them today didn't exist back then. You had the partisan press, and if you had something to say, you aligned yourself with parties and candidates, and that was pretty much where news came from. So yeah, I think all that context is really important to understanding how we got here. And yeah.
Kevin, I think partially, now you can hand that over to Kevin and we'll shoot down the other side, but we have some big systemic things that play a role in all of this, but there's also a whole bunch of individuals making decisions every day on their own role, on their own ethical decisions, on their own, the questions they ask and the way they deal with that. And I'm hoping maybe we can get into some of that if the three of you down on the end can talk a little bit about the different ways that you've seen your own role. Kevin, like I said before, Kevin has been an editor at small newspapers and at the Statesman. He's been an editorial page writer, and now he's a reporter. But he has columns, and he speaks. How do you view the role through a personal lens? And Natalie, I think you've had some different. You've been a reporter, and then you've been an anchor. And Melissa, I know, moving from the newspapers to public television. You've all had different roles, and you've probably evolved your decision making through those roles. And I'm wondering if you could walk folks through that.
I think probably one of the more difficult things that I've done professionally was moving from being an editorial writer, from being an opinion writer, back to being a reporter, going to the legislature, covering education issues at the legislature, and having to work with candidates who we may or may not have endorsed back in the in my days as an editorial writer. I think that it really forced me to have at least one really candid conversation with the legislator, saying, "Look, that was my role then. This is my role now. Where do we go from here?" And it worked out fine. I think it was just a matter of just having to be upfront with it. I hope that the way that I carried out my role as an opinion writer wasn't terribly different than the role that I carry out as a reporter. I tried to get my facts, do my research, hear out all sides of the topic, and then write. And whether that writing was opinion or a column or now a straight news story or more of an analytical news story, I still think it's information gathering and reporting.
I would say I fall under all those same categories of applying what you know to real life situations. From a broadcast news perspective, if you're wondering how do we do our news coverage in the election cycle, we are mandated to be fair. We are mandated to give candidates equal time. So when I go back, for example, right now I'm going to miss the 4 o'clock news, but I'll be back in time for the 5:30 and the 10. And I know that we'll have political coverage in our evening newscasts. I will check, just as our producers do, and I will literally count the number of seconds candidate A speaks on camera and candidate B. And there are also, of course, candidates C and D in this race. We are not allowed to give unequal time to candidates. Another thing that I'll do...
Can you explain why real quick to these folks with the broadcast, with the band?
Literally, it comes down to being a fair broadcaster. We are mandated by the FCC to provide equal time.
The government owns the
yes.
broadcast realm that
yeah.
Channel 2 goes out on, and because they own that, they can set up these rules that Kevin doesn't have to follow necessarily, Melissa doesn't have to follow because she's a public broadcasting, so it's kind of a different thing.
And the other thing that I'll try to do, too, on a sincere level is take a step back and not only look at that individual script, but look at where that script is falling within the entire newscast and what are the subsequent stories before it and after it, and in what context are we bringing you those sound bites. And one of the things I think that's interesting when you talk to journalists, maybe even in Seth's classroom, a big debate for some journalists is whether or not you should even register to vote. If you vote, are you going to be biased? It's just an interesting conversation that I've had in classrooms. And, you have to be able to separate your emotions from what you're either writing on paper or what you're saying in a television script. And that's what it means to be a professional.
You know what's interesting about the voting? I just recently found out that one of my favorite political reporters at the Washington Post doesn't vote. And I know this is a thing that some political reporters do or I guess don't do. But it was interesting to see one of the people I kind of idolize not vote and explain why he votes. And I get it. But most of the political journalists I know and I work with do vote. We might not vote in the primaries. I don't vote in partisan primaries. I'll vote for judges or on levies and bonds and everything. But I guess that kind of expands on your question as to the decision making, because that decision making doesn't just affect what goes out, on our blogs or in print or on the broadcast. It affects how people see us. So we can't, for example, participate in political protests. We can't endorse a candidate, obviously. And I don't vote in partisan primaries, but I will vote in the general election. As far as the decision making, as far as what I cover, Idaho Reports is an Idaho, a state political show. And so by definition, we have a very small self-selecting audience. We're a political show that airs on Friday nights. We're not very popular, and that's okay, because
most people watch it before they go to the clubs.
Right, yeah. Right before they hit the balcony, they're
you can
watching Idaho Reports.
You can watch it online the next day.
You can watch it online the next day, which I think a lot of people, more and more people are doing. But because we do have an important audience, a lot of lawmakers and a lot of lobbyists and a lot of politically active people do watch us, and that affects what conversations we have. And so my show is going to be a little bit different than Natalie's, because we have the luxury of having, a half-hour interview with Governor Otter. We have the luxury of having a 15-minute panel discussion on Medicaid expansion and the pros and cons. And so when we're looking at our content, we don't just look at what people are talking about right now, but we also look at what people aren't talking about that they probably should be talking about, some of the undercovered issues in the state that really do make a difference in citizens' lives, because we are a statewide newscast, and we want to make sure that people who are watching in Salmon or Stanley or Sandpoint feel just as engaged as the people right here in Treasure Valley.
Let me get over there.
While you're doing that, can I follow up on the equal time thing just real quick? Because I think that's such a great example of the structure of the system. That goes back all the way to the 1934 Federal Communications Act, where they said, we've got these airwaves, and technically, the idea was that they're owned by the public. Nobody owns the airwaves. They're just this stuff in the ether, they called it. And so the idea was, we need to make sure that these are regulated. They said in the public interest, convenience, and necessity, which are some, that's not totally easy to interpret. But since, because of that, we had the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, that regulates broadcasting, and they set up all these rules to kind of make sure that the system it didn't just become co-opted by one political party or a bunch of special interests, and so that we had all these rules like equal time that would say, if you're a newscast, you need to let everybody share their competing views. And that was applied to news up until 1959, and there was an amendment that said, well, yeah, we didn't really mean news, because news is freedom of the press, and they should be able to do what they want. So today that mainly applies to advertising. If a network sells airtime to one candidate, they have to make that airtime available to another candidate too. But newscasts technically can get away with doing not necessarily providing equal time if they want to. Also, the fairness doctrine aimed to make sure that newscasts provided a certain amount of public affairs programming, and that it was another thing that kind of tried to provide equal sides. If you had someone on talking about why nuclear power was good, you have to have someone talking why it's a problem. And that was in from the 40s up until the 80s. That's when that went away. So we have a history of these rules that kind of tried to level the playing field and make it kind of a fairer game. And today, most of those rules are gone, or they're so watered down or not enforced. Like the FCC technically still has to approve broadcasting licenses, and you have to mail in a postcard every 5 years or 7 years, whatever it is now, and reapply for your license to use the airwaves for free, by the way. These are big companies that make a lot of money through advertising. They're using the public airwaves for free. So yeah, you can see why there's a strong mandate that they need to serve the public. And but yeah, it's gotten kind of lax about how we enforce that. And so, you know, the FCC just kind of rubber stamps everybody's application. They almost never, you know, deny a license renewal anymore. And so, you know, so the system does not provide those kind of built-in protections like it used to. I could go on. I'll stop.
Are you sure?
Please.
My question sort of follows up on that because you're talking about, you know, giving candidate A and B equal time. Do you think that that's where your responsibility ends, though? Do you just say, you know, give candidate A a minute to explain how it's raining and give candidate B a minute to explain how it's sunny, and that's the end of the story, good night, good luck, instead of I'm going to go outside and see if I get wet? I mean, it was kind of 52 at the end who said that they were, like, don't vote, and yeah.
I mean, I could take that really quickly, then go down the line, just because I do a good amount of political producing for station in Missouri, and what we would try to do with that, if we're having a debate, and we've done a couple, we'll do some more this fall, is to, not only worry about time for a statement and rebuttal in the debate, but then look at what the large stories are going to be coming out of that debate to drive the newscast for either the next few days or the weekend. And then what we'll do is we will put reporters on larger questions that came out of the answers from the debate. And so you are going out and getting wet, to use your example, to sort of see, okay, what's going on here now? I mean, in terms of you come out with equal time on that and all this other sort of stuff. Well, it's hard. I mean, particularly, we just had a primary election last month, and we had 4 Republicans, right, on just that one side. Then you have the Dems in doing their thing. It's very difficult when you've got, and ours is the Republican primary, by the way, where the candidate was firing an M16 on his campaign commercials. I'm not sure if you guys heard about that up here.
This is Idaho. We're used to that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, down there it's a little, out of the ordinary, even for, rural parts of Missouri. So the idea was, okay, well, that candidate's going to get a lot more attention than the others in that race, right? And just sort of talking about strategies that are being used and issues that are being brought up. So you're not always going to get the kind of equal time, but you will, I think, get packages that come out of the coverage, whether it be a debate or some other kind of a political event that goes on, that in some way try to address, okay, what's going on here with this, and at least talk about options that are available to the viewers.
And I think one of the things that you hit upon is therein lies the definition and the difference between narrowcasting and broadcasting. And I'm not just talking about the signal. Your signal actually reaches farther than ours does. The audience to whom we broadcast is much broader than, say, a more focused, more narrow audience. So within that narrowcasting lies the opportunity to dedicate a full half hour to, as you were saying, Governor Otter. In a 28-minute newscast, I might have what's considered to be an 11-minute news hole, and that means take away all the commercials, take away all the bumps to the commercials, take away all of the cold opens, which are the headlines when we first start the newscast, take away sports, take away weather. The actual content that you're watching, that length, is usually around 11 minutes. And within that time frame, if I could name 20 stories right now that we could cover in tonight's newscast. Try covering 20 news stories in 11 minutes flat. And that's why you have what's called the minute 30 package by a reporter. So I think, the professors hit it best. What comes out of that are the subsequent stories. And it's up to us to have the brains to know what is worthy of the viewer and what are you asking. And that's what I try to do when I'm at, in the middle of an interview. What I always say, if I'm at home in my pajamas in Meridian, what do I care about? For real. What impacts me at the end of the day when I go for a walk around my neighborhood in Meridian? And there's only so much we can do in a broadcast spectrum. And it's up to us to use it responsibly.
And to add on that, we technically have very, very similar jobs, but they're so incredibly different, right? I think you put it best when you said you have the broadcast and the very broad audience, and we have a very, very narrow audience, but it does go statewide. And so I also think, you know, what's important to the viewer, but my viewer is going to be very, very different than Natalie's viewer. And so I have a little bit more of an ability to press a candidate, right? I also, my co-host and I moderate debates on Idaho Public Television. We and the reporters on our panel have the ability to follow up with candidates. The candidates also have the opportunity and, quite frankly, the responsibility to fact check each other in our debates. And so we do, in those, we aim for equal time, and we're not held to the same standards as the commercial stations are, because we are public television. But we do aim for equal time in debates between candidates. We do ask follow-up questions when time permits, which it usually does, and we allow the candidates to challenge each other, and we allow for a back and forth, because that's what my viewers want. My viewers are, you know, if you're watching a show about Idaho politics, you probably care about Idaho politics by default. You're not waiting for the sports to come on, right? And so we do follow up, but you know, they just like broadcast does for their audience. You know, we have very different audiences.
Well, I think what she's bringing up too is there are a couple competing ways of looking at journalists, and we do have three sort of more of the folks who are kind of on, you know, we don't have an advocacy reporter who's writing for Idaho, what's that? I can't even think of the Idaho Reporter, which is sort of a conservative weekly paper or online paper, the Boise Weekly, which sort of takes kind of a more aggressive liberal stance. There's a term out there called the view from nowhere, which I think is a little derogatory. It's intended to make it sound bad, like that you don't have a perspective. How dare you cover this story without a perspective of it? But when you're in the more traditional world, like these guys are, the idea that you just give them rope. You know, if somebody wants to, and I think Brian, you said this, if Donald Trump wants to say all of these things, and you let him say it, and everybody, and you let the viewers or the readers see all those things, you're performing a role too, right? I mean, you don't necessarily saying those are terrible things to say. That's maybe not your role. Can you guys talk? I mean, you know, let's just talk a little bit about those perspectives, that view from nowhere versus a view from somewhere, I suppose. And I don't know who wants to jump in on that.
I think that you're right in that the view from nowhere is a little bit derogatory, you know, because somebody could accuse us of doing that because we are unbiased, or we attempt to be unbiased, right? You know, we're nonpartisan at the very, very least. But my view from somewhere, that somewhere is truth and the public good and holding people accountable. And so is it my goal to expand Medicaid? No. You know, it's my goal as a journalist to explore what the actual issue is, what potential solutions are, who's doing what those things might cost, and where the legislature is. And so someone might accuse me of, and I know that there's a debate among political journalists in Idaho right now, you know, because there are other prominent political journalists who look at it very differently, and their reporting, I don't want to say advocates for Medicaid expansion, but lays out a clear case as to why it's the best option, and that's fine. It's a different approach, but my view, my somewhere, is exploring what is out there and laying it out for the readers and, quite frankly, the decision makers to decide.
So what worries me are news institutions that are basically abandoning the role of having a view at all. You know, I prepared a couple of notes about this, and okay, I'm a former editorial writer, so I've got an affinity for editorial pages. I think they're the conscience of a newspaper, and when it's done well, it starts a conversation. You know, we talk about civility. This is all about civility in the media. I think if an editorial page does its job, it's going to begin a civil discourse about the important issues. A guy who I worked alongside when I was doing this job is Corey Tolley, who's the editorial page editor at the Post-Register in Idaho Falls, who I think did it really well. You know, he did his homework, he was contrarian, he was willing to take on tough issues, and he didn't espouse a party line. He took a job at the INL as an external communications person. I don't begrudge that. I left editorial writing too to do something different. What worries me, and
the difference is he did it for a big paycheck, and you You did it because you still believe in America.
I collect a paycheck, okay? You know, it's we're not going to go there, okay? What really worries me about what happened in Idaho Falls, and it's not isolated, I'm afraid, is the job was filled with this idea of we'll have more of a community curation person who's not going to write very many editorials, but is going to run a lot of guest opinions that, frankly, come in for free. They come in from special interest groups. They come in from elected officials. That's easy. Those are coming in over the transom. It requires very little effort to find them. The publisher explained his decision, and I typed it out because that was an important quote to visit here. Quote, over time, our stridency and locked-in left-of-center positions cost us in readership and in a way cost us influence. Our power lies in the telling of stories, not in how people should behave. Now that scares me. I'm sorry. That is not about advancing civility. That's a craven and cynical attempt to protect market share. You should. What's not being said here in this, but is very definitely implied, is we can't have opinions because they're going to make readers and advertisers angry. So I have a problem with that. I have a real problem. I think reporters have to be objective and need to be careful on that. But I think as institutions, I think news organizations, newspapers, even TV stations that have done commentary in the past and have kind of abandoned it, you have a role as a community leader to begin that conversation, and to abdicate that role is unacceptable.
Yeah, I tend to just agree with everybody here, but I mean, that's the role I play doing a commentary, one of the roles at my station and for Next Star Broadcasting, which requires walking through a lot of potential minds, that could blow up, particularly when you're talking about elements in an election year. I think, though, that it's possible to still provide that kind of commentary and do so in a way that provokes thought, as long as you're able to bring your news management along as much as possible. And maybe I just benefit from having a really great news director and, his higher up regionally who are happy to do that, because maybe cynically it fills time. It's one less package they have to air, or get a reporter to go do or something like that. But, it's really, I'm not trying to cable news it, if you will. It's not just to be bombastic. It's to really try to provoke as much thought as possible. And maybe there's a market for academics to do this. I mean, because we're not necessarily going to be coming at it from the standpoint of stridency or advocacy. We're looking at it more analytically. And if we can work with producers to just make ourselves more understandable to people, as opposed to just talking to each other all the time in our articles or whatever else that we write, I mean, maybe there's a way there to sort of bring, the professional academic into more of the public intellectual realm, and everybody benefits.
Just the view from nowhere, this idea, Jay Rosen's idea, just you can read more about if you look up his name, is a critique of like false equivalency. Basically, it's a critique of objectivity in the sense that some issues do not lend themselves well to objectivity. Just to use a very extreme example, slavery. We don't at this point at least, we don't pretend like we need to provide a balanced view of whether slavery is good or bad, right? I mean, it's pretty much agreed upon. Unless, I hope it's as an extreme example, but unfortunately it's not. Global warming. For a long time, and still today, we pretend like it's a 50-50 story where we still are having a debate over whether it's happening and the role that humans have played in it. It's not a debate. It's a settled scientific question. And so to pretend like this has to be presented as a 50-50 story, that's the view from nowhere. That's this kind of false balance, false equivalency. But then there are other stories that do need that kind of equivalency. And like there's a legitimate debate over the role of the federal government in healthcare. I mean, and so when the Medicaid stuff is important but that's also not as sexy, and it's not as, it's more, the debate is more nuanced, and it's something that people aren't as willing to dig into and spend their time in. I mean, the Affordable Care Act, we've all, heard of it, but the details of it, I think, are still lost on a lot of people. And, but we've heard that Congress has voted to repeal it 40 sometimes. That's well reported. But the details of it still very poorly reported and poorly understood, and the pros and cons of what the whole thing tries to do. So there are some stories I think that do lend themselves to at least an objective method. I wouldn't call it objectivity. You know, we all have personal preferences. I think it's an interesting debate about whether journalists should vote or not. I absolutely think, of course, they should vote. They're citizens. They should exercise their conscience. And but I understand why it's an issue for some of them. But to pretend like you don't have a point of view, I think is silly, because we all come from some background, and we all have these positions on things. So, but there is this objective method, or even better, the empirical method, where you rely on evidence to examine claims. That absolutely has a place, I think, in in our discourse.
You guys have any questions over here? I'm going to pass this thing around. Come on, somebody's got one. Yeah.
So I had a question about how social media has affected mass media, particularly, where the social media becomes the story and drives mass media. I think the example I thought of was the Anthony Weiner, where, it's a tweet, and then that drives the story for you all, and how you've adapted to that over time.
It's definitely impacted my job. I am mandated by the TV station to be a part of social media. I must post to Twitter, Facebook, on a regular basis. I think in the greater context of that question, it's how has society changed? It's not just how has the media changed, it's how has society changed. And certainly there's a debate among the pundits about the millennials now feel that unless they post it to social media, they don't have a legitimate presence in society. It didn't happen unless it happened on social media. I thought that was an interesting comment by someone one time. My concern is the prevalence of what I would call mind-numbing social issues. I do not care what Kim Kardashian is doing. I truly don't. That drives me nuts. But I think that we have a unique platform now that did not exist, that if used wisely, it can be another source for something. I hate to say news. But we have noticed a trend. I'm part of the Sinclair-operated television stations. Sinclair is tracking where our clicks are coming from. 1/3 of all of our clicks with news stories on our web are coming from a social media source. 1/3. That's huge. So to ignore it is to ignore change and become eventually irrelevant. So I consider it a necessary evil of my job in some respects. I'm turning 46 years old. I don't care what somebody had for dinner last night, unless it's something fabulous and attached to a recipe. I'm not part of the millennial generation, but if I don't care and make it a point to get to know what you guys are doing, I'm going to be out of a job in 5 years. It behooves me to get on the bandwagon and begin to understand what the millennials are doing, especially as you are of a voting age and what is now of the purchasing power, and you're going to begin to buy homes and cars and become, well, someday someplace elected members of society. You're going to be taking care of me when I'm in the geriatric home. So, I think it all comes down to, I think, Kevin, some of the things that you're talking about when you talk about the role of the media and a place for op-ed. What it is it's the extent of which we use things. If we choose to make a lead story about Kim Kardashian or Mr. Weiner, what does this say about our society? What does this say about us? And I think one of the reasons for me, a turnoff for watching people just sit around and talk about topics from 10 a.m. all the way through 2 p.m. on any of the major networks and during the hours that I'm home before I go in for the night shift, is that unless I'm getting an intellectually based discussion, one that furthers thought and makes me stop what I'm doing in the kitchen, I just can't get behind it. And I think that all of us, here at this panel, I think, it's inspiring to, we are saying that, yes, it needs to be intellectually based. And I think that you raise very valid points about, social media and where is it going from here? I don't know, but I know that it's here to stay.
just to add to that, as far as how it affects my coverage, you know, as a political reporter, you know, I network with a lot of politicians on social media, and I'm talking, you know, Idaho state lawmakers and government agency heads and everything like that. And it allows me, and this is I think a very different take and a different part of your question, but it allows me to kind of get to know them and their personalities in a way that wouldn't have necessarily been as easy 10 or 15 years ago. You know, like I could go and take all 105 lawmakers out for coffee or a drink, and get to know them that way, but it's kind of a shortcut, and I get to know them a little bit better, and it makes them more personable, and in some ways it makes that human contact and the interviews a little bit more easy. So as far as how it's affected my coverage and my job, I think that's a very different approach to your question than what Natalie was saying, but I think that's how it has affected my interactions, and if anything, sometimes it's made that contact easier.
It definitely does. I mean, we call it crowdsourcing, you know, so if you have a topic where let's say they're passing a law, downtown trash rates are going up by $5 a month, we can put out a crowdsourcing tweet from this television station, hey, your trash rates are going up, anyone, you know, going to be directly impacted by it, and boom, you get an instant story and an instant direct, you know, viewer. So that is nice. But again, you have to be willing to sort through some of the other stuff. That drives me crazy. That's a sign I'm getting old.
So I'll echo what Melissa said about the networking. I think that's a valuable component, and it's changed the way I interact with sources. I'm a lot more open about my life with sources than I was 30 years ago. I was a lot more private then, and now in social media world, you can and really almost are expected to be a little bit more public. The good and the bad of social media in terms of interaction with readers is, on the one hand, it's kind of intimidating that, you know, readers can control you and they can suck you into debates. It's never happened to me personally, but I've seen other reporters get into these rabbit holes, and it's just, you know, get off it.
I'm thinking it's hard for reporters to criticize working media, but that's no longer the case.
No, we're much more out there, and we're much more open to be criticized and critiqued and questioned in real time. The positive flip side of it, and it's a blog I posted earlier today, I had done a series of stories last month about the 2006 tax shift and how that affected school funding, and it was I thought I'd covered a lot of angles of the dollars and done a lot of analysis, had spreadsheet upon spreadsheet. Last Thursday night, a reader found out about the series because Melissa had tweeted it out, and he read it and said, hey, did you ever look at how these school districts have been affected by looking at the rate of inflation over the past 10 years? And I hadn't. And he was sending me spreadsheets upon spreadsheets on Thursday night. It was the opening night of the college football season, and I really was not going to look at his spreadsheets, but I was like, this is interesting. It's good stuff. So I did my own spreadsheets. I did my own math. I didn't trust his approach, but it was absolutely right. He used the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, and I did the same thing, came up with pretty much the same analysis, and I wrote a blog about it today. It's a topic I've been wanting to write about and probably will write about in more detail, but because there was a little bit of a Twitter conversation about it, I felt like it was important to write a taste of it. And that's a case where a reader got interested and had a good suggestion, and you know, I had the chance to kind of run with it.
Seth, how do you think, I mean, I'm going to point a pointed question on the social media thing. How do you think that what Kevin's talking about, that this personal connection that now individual media members have, whether you're Chuck Todd at NBC or you're, you know, Melissa Davlin at Idaho Public Television and everybody in between, and how does that affected kind of the media's role in interacting with its consumers?
Yeah, that's right. There's good and bad to that. I think it's really interesting that there's some new research on this that some of my colleagues have done that tries to examine, you know, what happens with these people like Kevin. You don't do the album of the day anymore, but that was, you know, you had a kind of a public personality through social media that like let people into your life. Yeah, there you go. And that can be really powerful for helping consumers of information connect with a source. And I think increasingly people don't think about news organizations anymore as much as they think about individuals who are reporting and writing about and doing video stuff about the news. I don't know if that's like a millennial thing where, because you go to someone's YouTube page rather than like watching what they said on NBC News with Lester Holt or whatever. This came up in my intro class too, because we did this little exercise where we were classifying media into categories based on, is it one to many communication or is it many to many? Whereas like the broadcast model is traditionally thought of as like a one to many type of communication where it's one organization talking to millions of people, right? That's broadcasting. And like many to many is how we think of social media, right? You've got a whole bunch of people talking to a whole bunch of other people. But a lot of the students, they thought of a news organization as many people talking to many people. And so that's just fascinating because, I mean, a news organization, it could be, maybe a huge one is a couple hundred people, most of them the statesmen, a few dozen actual reporter, a couple dozen reporters, pretty small group of people. So it's interesting that even in those cases, some of the students thought of that as like having a lot of people talking to a lot of other people, a many-to-many situation. So does that make any sense? I just think it's a shift where it's not just one kind of monolithic organization talking to a mass audience anymore. It's a whole bunch of people communicating with a whole bunch of other people. And so, yeah, the good there is people can make those connections and they can find personalities that they connect with and identify, and that can be really good for getting people motivated to consume important stuff. But yeah, it's on the downside. It can also drive, the kinds of coverage that maybe aren't the most useful and most helpful to informing people.
And I would jump on the bandwagon too and say that it would be interesting to track, and I think you could do like a one-day class on the celebrity of reporters and on-air talent that creates, and the pressure on me. There certainly is, like I said, I'm mandated by the television station to be interacting with my viewers and also to be someone on social media. And, at what point am I being a journalist and at what point am I being a celebrity on social media? And that gets tiring. I can tell you that there is a certain amount of pressure on me to be Natalie Hurst online. And what am I going to be? I actually have to sit down and think that through. Well, I'm a skier, I'm a kayaker, I'm engaged with a firefighter, and I have a dachshund. Okay, I'm going with those things.
Coldplay fan. I would add Coldplay fan now.
Yeah. The gossip, if you didn't hear it, Chris Martin sang us our wedding song at the Coldplay concert. It was awesome. Anyway, getting back to intelligence, I think that there is a certain amount of, just pressure on those of us who are in the broadcast side, and not so much maybe, I don't know, in public television, but definitely within the big four, Fox, ABC, NBC, CBS. How many likes did you get on that picture? How many followers do you have? How many friends do you have on Facebook? Those are things that are tracked by management. And at what point, again, are we crossing my journalistic integrity and intelligence into celebrity? And, I feel that. I definitely feel it. Not so much, on a personal level from my managers. They don't sit me down and say, okay, we need this, this, and this. But I feel that pressure within myself as I look at, some of the competing on-air talent on Channel 7 and Channel 6. What are they up to? What are they doing? What are they posting? And how are you interacting with them? Because that does impact something that's called our Q scores. Television stations have not only what's called ratings, but they have Q scores on individual on-air talent. Q scores are tracked on two levels. You're recognized, how well you're recognized, and then how well you're liked. It's an XY graph. And those are tracked, and those are things that determine what are called your contracts and whether you get re-signed in future years. And that in itself is probably the number one thing that has impacted me on a personal level within my professional job within social media. Every day I do have to get up and think about who is Natalie Hurst going to be today. And that's hard for me as a journalist because I need to be in a bigger place intellectually. And but that is where society is. Are we not?
So, according to a post by the Wall Street Journal, I think it was posted on the 20th of August, the Obama administration was passing, in order to relinquish control of ICANN to the UN. What is your guys' take on that, and like, does that even really affect you at all?
Yeah, say again, relinquish.
Okay. Well, there we go. All right. So something I read on the 20th of August by the Wall Street Journal. The Obama administration was passing an order to relinquish the control of ICANN to the UN. Does that affect you guys and like the mass media at all, or like what's your guys' take on all that?
You're talking about the internet?
Yeah, internet censorship.
ICANN?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, yeah. Does that affect me? Yeah. Well, I don't know a ton about that either, but ICANN is the it's a nonprofit organization that regulates the internet, basically. It doesn't do much. It doesn't have any control over the actual internet. It basically just assigns IP addresses. It makes sure that like you have enough numbers in your IP addresses, and that people can get to your website. So yeah, I don't know the details of it either, but as far as I know, they didn't do a lot in the first place, and so yeah, I don't see a problem with giving it to an international body, because the internet is international. It's not just American, and so, but I can't speak any further to that. Anyone else?
Well, here, so we've had a whole conversation about journalism and civility, kind of talking around the issues about the role and all of that, and maybe we just have about 2 minutes left. Just see if what you all think, is there a role, kind of in closing, for either media organizations, individuals in the media, to play a role in sort of helping this conversation that we have as a country get along a little better. Not get along with each other, but just happen in a different way.
I think the biggest thing for journalists, honestly, is when people are being accused of being uncivil, and you know, I'm thinking of recent examples like Black Lives Matter protesters, the Liberty Caucus in Congress, the 3% movement, that sort of thing. It's not our job to call them uncivil, and it's certainly not our job to discount them because people think they're being uncivil. I really believe that it's our job to figure out why they're upset in the first place. A lot of times people who call for civility are in places of privilege politically. By default, they have these built-in connections to the mass media as it is. The whole point of a protest is to get attention, because the traditional ways of getting attention didn't work for you in the first place. And so if anything, our role in the civility conversation isn't to call for civility. It's to figure out why people are upset and what happened to get them to where they are and what's next.
I actually wrote out a little note. I gave myself a 5-minute deadline being in TV and just said, what is media and civility? And this is what I wrote down. Civility, I gotta get my glasses on. Civility can only happen when all parties involved, whether it be the media, the president, or the viewer, ask themselves the foundation of any good argument. How did we get to this point? Candid discussion thrives on lively debate. Thus, the questions we ask must oftentimes hurt to ask. To get to the core of an issue is to get to the center of our moral and ethical values. But if everyone is shouting, who's listening? A group yelling at each other is dysfunctional cacophony. A group standing tall and beating the drum of debate and harmony is democracy. When our founding fathers created the protections for the media, they didn't make it the Second, Third, or Fourth Amendments, they made it the first. Debate belongs in society in a forum that is rich in diversity of opinion and tolerant of dissension. The media, when used correctly, is the foundation of a free and open society where debate will define not only the times, but who we are as a society.
That's too long for a tweet.
Greg and I are both board members of the City Club of Boise, and we've spent the past year doing forums and events and workshops looking at the role of civility in the public arena. We spent a lot of time as a board, and Vicki Kremeyer is on our board as well, and they both can attest. We spent a lot of time debating about what does civility really mean to us, and I think that the fruits of that debate really kind of dovetail into the media's role. I mean, we kind of came to the conclusion that civility does not mean that we're all going to agree. This is an adversarial process, the public process. It's supposed to be adversarial. We're supposed to have differences of opinion. That's how the process works in a healthy way. And civility does not mean that we're going to just kind of duck the difficult debates just to have this kind of quiet, uneasy truce. So we can't talk about the role we can't discuss race in America because it's going to make too many people mad. We can't discuss climate change because, it's going to upset too many people. We have to have the important discussions about the important issues, and that's where the media comes in. If the media does its job well and fosters and nurtures and when necessary begins the discussion of those important topics, that's the best and highest use of the media in terms of beginning a civil discourse and hosting a civil discourse.
Yeah, that's really good stuff. Yeah, I guess, I want people to be polite. I think that's important. But I guess I worry not as much about civility as I do about kind of the depoliticized society that we live in. I think what ends up happening is we get like really loud extremes on the far left and far right. I think it's about 5% on the far ends of the political spectrum that do a lot of the talking, and they kind of, then the rest of us just kind of have to put up with listening to them. And I think there's a lot more common ground if we can get past that. And, I think, for a number of reasons, a lot of people just tune out when they start hearing this stuff. And I worry, especially with young people, we start talking about the election in class and I just see heads go down, And I know that's just because you're bored to tears or because, I think a number of young people are just uncomfortable talking about that. You tell me, like, why don't you want to engage in some of these conversations? Because I think they're super important. I think that's kind of the best thing we can do in the media and in general is encourage more of these kinds of hard conversations, knowing that like we're just trying to, live together in a civilization. It's not like we don't have to, it doesn't have to be about disliking each other or that kind of, but it's just about like. It's just politics is just allocating resources. It's just figuring out like what the best ways to organize society are, and that can actually be a really fun debate to be part of. So, I worry less about. I want people to be civil, but at the same time, I want people to engage and get involved. We have kind of historically low levels of voter turnout and knowledge, especially compared to other democracies. So. And with young people, the Obama thing galvanized a lot of young people. So did the Bernie Sanders thing. Trump also to some extent. I hear a lot of students talking about Gary Johnson now. So that's cool. I don't know what it is exactly about some of those things that gets people going, but I would just like to see more of that. So.
All right, gang. Hey, one more?
That's all right. I'm
one
hiding.
More. Okay, go for it.
Okay. The only thing I would add to that, and these have been just great comments, is that the approach that media take to covering stories of a political nature will really, I think, help, at least at the margins, encourage some civility. We're not always focusing on either the horse race or contest like it's a blood sport, and finding a way to reframe a lot of this as more than just two sides and one versus the other and that sort of thing. Because it really doesn't, I think, help the notion that really this can be about a lot more than just who ends up winning an election. The coverage that gets put out there and that people are able to learn from, whether it be about policy debate or some other kind of evaluation about effectiveness of a public policy solution that's proposed, I think will help to change the tenor of what people expect from media coverage of politics. and will, I think, naturally move folks away from some of the more conflict-laden shortcuts, really, that go on when we talk about politics with each other. Not that you're never going to get rid of the adversarial nature of the system, it's just how it is. But we can get maybe to something a little bit more substantive than what the latest poll says, because that's not doing anybody any good. So, my 2 cents.
Thank you. Let's give the panel a round of applause. They did great. Thank you so much. Thanks to you all for coming, for bringing your classes, for taking your time out of your day to engage in these important subjects. The Patriotic Choices program is running different kinds of events all semester through the election and inauguration season. The next event, one of the next events we have as part of our film series in 2 weeks from yesterday, so the Wednesday after next, we're showing the documentary film of Shirley Chisholm. She was an African-American woman who ran for president in 1972 in the midst of the Vietnam War, the Civil Rights Movement, the feminist movement, and paved the way both for Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton's runs. And it's an interesting time for those of you who are interested in media and journalism, because TV was in its sort of heyday, and there's a lot of raw footage in that documentary that I think would be really interesting for you folks that do media and television, and see how her run was communicated and how her message was communicated or not in politics. So we invite you to that. I do want to plug, too, the Patriotic Choices Attendance for Prizes program. The best way to understand that, it's kind of like an airline, you know, the airline miles, airline points, only for academics. We have prizes paid for by the President's office. Thank President Custra for that. So if you join the OrgSync site and then just record your attendance at the beginning of events that we're running throughout this semester, you'll accrue points and get prizes. Again, just sort of like an airline airline miles program. So please share that with your friends, because we have stuff to give away and we want to give it away. All right? So have a good afternoon. Again, thank you for your attendance and your engagement, and we'll see you at the next event.
Thanks, that was fun. Hi. Yeah. Let me come